Okay, welcome along, guys. It is finally here. It is the Endurance SSRI, and it is the 12 hours here around the most phenomenal track known to man. You need cojones of steel going through a Rouge, trying to go side by side flat out here. Will we see some Schumacher or Mika Hakkinen-esque kind of moves down the straight with backmarkers later on in the race? We're all going to find out as this race does evolve. But yeah, look, you're very welcome along. This is another Sim Racing International, or Simsport Racing International, should I say. And look, it is absolutely pouring with rain here. And now it's going into bright, so there must be a bit of everything going on. But honestly, I'm looking forward to tonight. There's a great size grid here today. At the minute, I can see on track we have 28 cars out there, and a few familiar names as we get into this here. And by the way, so my name is Horsebox Streams, or Colin Mooney, as you would have seen there, and the broadcaster is Tom Vandermeer, and he is the hard job of sitting in the background, making sure he catches all the action while I talk absolute pollution to you guys. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one here. How are you doing, Mike? How are you doing, Kieran? Great to see you in, guys, and don't be afraid to smash a like button there on the live stream, and don't be afraid to get involved and talk away to us, guys. That's what we're here for as well. We're not just here for the great racing, we're here for the banter with you guys, because you make it worthwhile. And I'm sure Tom is ready. He's drinking all his energy drinks and loads of coffee, so he's caffeinated out, I'd say, at this stage. But yeah, we're going to have a few guest commentators hopefully popping in throughout the day as well. It's going to be a long haul, but it is always worth it. I've never ever come across an endurance race where it wasn't just full of action. Yeah, as you see there, it is a little bit wet. It's not mad wet at the minute, which is good. So the guys are out there getting their eye in, getting ready to go with the qualifying that is going on at the minute. So just to give you the quick kind of rundown of the top 10 at the minute, we have El Filippi in pole position at the minute. Then we've got Mr. Spankling himself there in second position. Great time there. Only 0.055 off as well, which is unbelievable. Hakala is in third position there, only just over a tenth off. It's actually super close all the way down to 11. There's actually only a second governor. Then we have Senator in fourth place, the exact same time as Hakala, guys, at present. The literal exact same time. Absolutely brilliant to see that. A 2:25.490 for each of them. Then we have Wargers there in fifth position. My boy Chris, the madman to crash Vickers, because the last time, guys, here he was racing in a different endurance series with Mike Ambernosa. They had a chance of winning the championship, and just as we're after going by the corner there on the back straight coming up here to the bus stop, they went off and into the barrier and ruined their chances of winning. So hopefully they won't have a repeat of that horrid race the last time, and they can show us what they can do. With M. Tubby then in seventh position there. Then we have Van der Linden in eighth position, Corkin in ninth, and Betten in 10th position. So let's see how this goes. How are you doing, Mr. Adam Locke in the chat? John Barrett, how are you doing? The 934 Porsche. Oh, we'll definitely get a look at that throughout the day. Don't you worry about that. On here, and it's great to see the Honda NSX out there. A lot of people were crying saying the NSX is nerfed, but luckily after the last update, it's after being a bit kinder from Kunos. They've helped that car out again and gotten it back to where it needs to be, because it's an absolute demon of a car, and we love to see all the different manufacturers on the grid. And by God, do we have all the different manufacturers on here today. We have the Lexus, Mercedes, Aston, Lambo, Porsche, you know, McLaren is there as well, Audi, Honda, you have everything, Ferrari there also. So literally every manufacturer is being represented here. So it's great to see this, guys. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how we get on today, and let me know who you think is going to win it, and see how well that ages in 12 hours time, because it's going to be absolutely brilliant. And we're on board here now with Karner in the number 934 Porsche there. They're down in 27th position at the minute, but you know something? Less than 2/10 really up until 25th. It's very easy. One good corner in the wet will make the difference of gaining a few tenths if you can get that traction and get that drive out of the corner. So there's still a massive amount to play for here, as the guys are coming into the last 2.5 minutes. And it takes a nice line there. And he's doing an absolutely phenomenal job there at the minute, and he's actually up a bit of time, but he's invalidated the lap. So this time round, he does have one more shot at it. Can he get the job done? Nobody is at the minute actually improving anywhere on the track, guys. Look, the conditions are definitely getting a lot wetter, even from when we first joined in on stream. So this is going to be very good fun, and Mike, being a very nice, polite guy, is always saying to Kieran, good to see him back. Yeah, so guys, just to let you know as well, we are officially live with SSRI on TikTok for the very first time as well. So anyone who's over on TikTok, smash it over. And if you want to get involved, jump over to the SSRI YouTube channel, and you will be able to get a link there to join the Discord and join the community here. And yeah, look, by far it is one of the best communities, if not the best all-round community between endurance racing, league racing. But here we are looking, El Filippi still in pole position, holds the fastest first sector and third sector, but Senator, Wargers holds the fastest middle sector. So ideally there still is a bit more time if you look at all of those sectors together. Let's see, can anyone jump up a bit more? And it's a pleasure to have everyone along, guys. It really and truly is. And this is exactly why we do it. I know the Le Mans is starting today, but why not open the Le Mans and SSRI and enjoy the best of both endurances? I can nearly guarantee there'll be more action here, though. So we're on here now with Karner as they're going around. And yeah, he is looking quite good at the minute. If we are fair, he's up about a second of time. So that's a massive improvement. That'll drop him up to about 24th. And if he keeps going the way he's going, and if he keeps improving, We could be seeing him jump up a few more positions. That's lovely through there. He's lost a bit of time though. He needs to keep that shoe and put that pedal nearly through the bulkhead. Get every bit of power out of that flat six. He might have a tiny bit of a toe, but the aero wake might disturb him a little bit for front end, but it seems to be not affecting him too much there at present. And he is going to break on time? He is. He's actually probably broke a little bit earlier, just to make sure he gets that extra bit of time in the bag. He'll get a lovely exit, get the traction down, and that's a lovely exit there, and across the line he's going to go, and boom, up to 25th position. And that's going to be huge when starting the race, to have that bit of an extra gap in them few meters. It really does make all the difference. I'm trying to see, nobody else is out doing a lap, so guys, that is our grid, and look at that full pit lane. Wow. So Philippi is in pole position, Spenklink is in second position, Hakala in third, Senator in fourth, Wargers in fifth, Vickers is in sixth, Crawford is in seventh, Van der Linden is in eighth, Zydek is in ninth. Then we have Benton in 10th position. Then we have Shops in 11th. Guys, this is going to be crazy. Van Schack in 12th. Anderson in 13th. You all know Anderson. He's very, very active and is part of the SSRI staffing as well. And he's jumped in and done a bit of tasty comms as well in the past. Then we've got Soares in 14th. Talander in 15th. Prince in 16th. Jemilin in 17th. I will butcher your names, but by the way, I'm not doing it for anything else other than the crack. Then we have Lenson in 18th, Marcia in 19th, Kroll down in 20th, Van Drunen in 21st, Van Rossen in 22nd, Adam the Hard Man Locke in 23rd, Petrovics in 24th, Bart in 25th, Nadi in 26th, Van Onacker in 27th, Onacker, I'm going to say. Then in 28th we have Van Hoorn. And guys, I am absolutely looking to the start of this. And a great thing to see as well is all the custom liveries coming through, guys. If you want to have a custom livery in, just become is it a prime member or premium member in SSRI, and all your liveries will be shown in the stream. And there is also some extra great perks, so definitely have a look in the Discord about that there. And obviously Monday goes to fund the likes of all the overlays and the servers and everything else. Sorry, just getting a quick swig of Monster there, guys. I'm doing a lot of talking and waffling. Yeah, so it's going to be a very, very wet start. So to be honest with you, I really do think these guys are all experienced. They're not going to be silly into turn one, going through a rouge there. I cannot see that happening. And they're going to be very, very aware. And I'm going to bank that there's no incidents on a rouge. Let's see how well that ages in about 2 minutes' time. But yeah, so now we are literally sitting back and waiting. It is not too much longer, and if you're watching on TikTok, I have the live timing on the screen as well. So yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Anybody want to guess who is going to win the race in 12 hours time when this race finishes at 12 p.m. BST? We are starting now. It is going to be 12 hours of chaos. And let's see how the track evolves. Does it dry out? We're starting at 12 p.m. Timeline, so we're actually doing realistic time. So this is all out war for the next 12 hours. Although I am banking on no incidents in turn one. Let's see how it ages. And poor Tom van der Meer is going to be busy, because we all know the first hour or two of the race, it is going to be mayhem. It's going to be everywhere. And Mandy is back. How are you doing, Amanda? I'm following Teen Abby today. Amanda is my favorite viewer of all time. She jumped into one of my streams and I got to interview a driver's sister while driving, which is brilliant. So Amanda, it's great to have you back. And if you want to join me in the comments box, we can get that sorted as well. Not a problem. You're an absolute joy to speak to. That was absolutely brilliant the last time. And it's great to have you in here. And hopefully Chris and Mike, and if Nelson's racing as well, don't do what they done in the other endurance, if you remember very well what happened there. So we are on the formation lap, guys. This is it. The action's about to start. Let's see what happens here. And while they're doing that, I'm literally going to get a quick drink because I know I'm not going to get a chance otherwise. Now I'm replenished, refreshed, and absolutely on the edge of my seat waiting for this one here. And we found out that Nelson is not racing today. His PC was not up for the challenge, so it's Hattori, Vickers, Gamble and him today. Oh, after recruiting Matthew Gamble in. Did you not recruit in Mr. Chris Wall either? Another phenomenal driver out there as well. Matty Gamble is a solid lad to get into the car, to be fair about it. The Northern Irish guy is just rocket fast. Well, here we go, guys. Here we go. It is amazingly wet out here today. And to keep me company, I have a packet of knickknacks and a can of Monster. So yeah, going around there. It's a nice size grid and they're well spread out at the minute. No one's really going too crazy. And there's some absolutely beautiful looking liveries. GI would not cast the course on into turn or into Eau Rouge. I'm going to make this stance and say there's not going to be any incidents in Eau Rouge. And we have Huzenga in the pits. Not ideal at all. I've done a pit lane start randomly before and it was so frustrating. So hopefully, I suppose over 12 hours there shouldn't be too much of a handicap. They might miss any incidents if there is any incidents, as they were starting in 22nd. Daniel's saying I've cursed it now. I've definitely not cursed it. No crashes in Eau Rouge. Not at all. So here we are. Michael have nightmares of that little bend that they're going through now. And we're coming up to the bus stop and we are going to start getting ready to line up as there's one more corner. So with the GT racing, they don't do the race start the way Formula 1 do. Just after the bus stop, they do it at the original kind of start line, should I say, back in the day. So this is going to be interesting. Where is this race? I joined late. So Amanda, this is Spa. Why is Philippi going into the pits here? Did they make an error with setup? Are they doing a driver change? Like, oh, Spanklink, was it? Okay, Spanklink is having issues. So we're on now with Philippi. Oh, Spanklink, what are you doing? Okay, guys, we're just about ready to go. 12 hours of Spa. By 12:07, 12:08 tomorrow, or tonight, or whatever we're going to call it, we will be finished. As they're going to line up now, we have a 27 car grid. Now, don't forget, there's at least, I'd say, 3 drivers in every team, so you're talking at least 70 odd drivers there. Nearly 80 odd drivers over this event. Let's get into it, guys. And we are away. 12 hours of Spas to go, and we are heading up towards Eau Rouge. Ready on. And it looks like so far it's been clean all round at the minute. I think everybody has survived. There needs to be a merch shirt made. I have survived Eau Rouge. Absolutely epic. Well done, everybody. That's what we like to see. It's harder in the dry and 10 times harder in the rain, but they have somehow pulled it off. What a job. What a job. Absolutely brilliant stuff there. So at the minute now, so everything on the timing side of things is just going to take a second to line up, so you're going to see names jump around. Oh, as we have a bit of an incident there. Oh, and who was that? That looks like that was Soares who has gone down, and they are back on, but there's more of an incident now with Lenson and Nadia. So at the minute, guys, there is a bit of action going on. There's a load of yellow flags. There's a huge pile up there, but it's starting to clear up now. Wow. So it looks like Kroll, who's in a Lenson, Spenkling still in the pits. Ochnar was involved in that. So at the minute here, that's been absolutely crazy. So trying to see, Soares is definitely the biggest loser there, down 10 positions, although Lenson's down 9 positions, Huizinga's down 4 and Crow's down 4. Everybody else is a winner. So winner, chicken dinner. As we're on now with Patrick van der Linden, who is trying his very, very best to get up to Mr. Corkin. From what it looks like here, van der Linden is sitting in P8, which is a great going for him. And then Zerwink is just behind him. We're on now here with Engelhardt, and look how hard it is to see with that visibility there. That's absolutely crazy. And you have to follow, you have to get that toe eventually. If you can't see the apex, you're going to have to nudge out with that a little bit. But these guys here are giving it everything. This is brilliant. Oh, the car's drifting around there as well. Still, the tyres will take a lap or two to really get up into temperature, and for the drivers as well to get their eye in now, because that is a very, very heavy rain to what was happening in qualifying. And through the bus stop, everybody is doing grand. It's all about getting that traction out. I think here the Porsche and the Ferrari and all the mid-engine cars will have really good traction out. And even the likes of the Mercedes, the Aston, I would not like to be in that Honda NSX, to be honest about it. I'd say that thing is scary as hell in these conditions. Now, I've not drove it since the new update. I'm sure somebody could tell me any different. That is absolutely brilliant to see. So now Hackler there we're on with is trying to attack Philippi for the lead here, and they've already pulled out quite a substantial gap when you're looking back at it. 2 seconds clear, which is unbelievable. And Vickers, Walgers in the background having a fight with Trapani. Walgers has beaten Trapani. Can Vickers get by? As we're still on with Hackler. Hackler here is doing a phenomenal job there. And honestly, Philippi at the minute keeping the composure, just racing his own race in that 992. But at the minute, guys, this is what we are all about seeing here in endurance racing. Cannot beat this. So Hackler here in a beautiful looking livery. The Ferrari is super good in the mid-speed corners. The Porsche, I think, is better braking and better traction, but the Ferrari seems to be a bit stronger slightly everywhere else. Top speed wise, I think they're kind of pretty much the same. Oh, as look at this, a much nicer line there from Hackler, but Philippi has the inside line covered, which is all you need here. And Hackler knows he just has to sit and wait. And now we can see there as we're on with Trapani as well, and this is what we like to see. So Tubby's up there. Trapani now has been overtook by Vickers, and Trapani and Corkin are fighting along as well. So this is what it's all about, guys. It's just wherever we're looking on this field at the minute, it is just hard racing. And people, you can see the different lines there. Some people are struggling for grip, really pushing it, trying to get everything. This Lamborghini, by the way, guys, I actually forgot to say, is the goated car in the wet at present. I've seen it in any other leagues that I've been in. When it comes to rain, the Lamborghini somehow just jumps out. So let's see how this develops here for Corkin throughout the race there, and Tubby's showing us how strong the Lambo is as well ahead, but they are about 5 seconds clear now. So looking, oh, this is a nice move into the bus stop here, very fair, nice room. Oh, elbows out there, that's what we like to see. That is absolutely brilliant there. So now Zerwink there is looking to try and capitalise on these guys fighting so hard. This is exactly what endurance racing is all about. Look at that for our view. Dan Lenson's coming out of the pits there in the Honda. I'm wondering why they pitted so early. Was there damage with that huge pile-up? So we won't be able to have a replay of any of the first lap incidents there, guys. as Tom is absolutely doing 5 million things at once, trying to keep his eye on all the action. And who can blame him, because it's been an absolutely eye-watering. It's only been 6 minutes. I felt like I'd done 5 hours already. It's so good. And Spanklink is out, which is great to see. So he was starting P2. Let's see how he does as the race continues on. And we're on now with Engelhardt here. Look at this pack of cars. Honestly. Literally from 5th position, or sorry, 4th position, which is Chris Vickers, 3rd position, should I say, there's about 3 and a bit seconds covering them all the way down to about 11th position. That is ridiculous. Maybe 4 seconds. That is unbelievable. Ben, I don't know what happened with Spank. I'm wondering, was it a setup thing? Was there fueling? They might have left qualifying fuel in, something. I'm sure we'll find out later on, hopefully. But they are back out, which is the main thing. Even though they started second, look, it's a 12-hour race. We all know with endurances, you could have a first lap incident, be caught up and be last and still come back to win it. 12 hours, anything can happen. It's Spa and it's wet. Anything can happen and will happen, as the famous Murray Walker did say back in the day. So having a look there now. So Mike said he's after checking the replay, and actually Sam had dry tyres on. So that was the reason for that, guys. It was dry tyres on Spankling's car, and that's why. So that's quite unusual there. I'm surprised, but sure, look, these things happen. We move on here with Wargers. Wargers going for it there, and Wargers gets the move done. He's going to push. I'll tell you, it's not done just yet. Engelhardt looks like he is going to get it done, but Wargers still there. No, Wargers giving up, and it's Engelhardt has got that move done. That was absolutely brilliant stuff, and great racing, fair racing from both of them. It was close, but not overly hard, should I say. This is absolutely brilliant, guys. So we are now literally only 9 minutes into this 12-hour endurance race, and still on with Wargers, Elkehart and Van der Linden then behind. Oh, a bit of a drift there from the Mercedes of Anderson. This is phenomenal stuff there. On here now with Corcoran as well in the Lamborghini. He's just sitting back. He's been a silent assassin so far. He's just sitting there getting close, biding his time. This is exactly what this endurance racing is all about, guys. So the Lamborghini is apparently goated the best car in the wet. Can we just jump back onto the leaders for the minute as well? 0.3 of a second between these. Absolutely unbelievable stuff here. These are being hard at it. Now, this is not a sprint. This is an endurance. It's 12 hours, but these guys are racing as if they're on the last lap since they've started this race. They've just been absolutely on it. And they're after pulling 6.7 seconds clear after 10 minutes on third place Tubby. These guys really do have everything on the line here. Look at the Ferrari there, gets on, is flashing the lights. Literally was losing traction going around that corner, squiggling. He kept it under control. These guys are on the absolute limit. This is exactly what we love to see. This is exactly what we love to see. So on board there, you can see the spray. It's not as bad as when you're in the mid-pack. If you jump into the likes where Wargers and Elkhart is, and you go on board, you're going to see the spray everywhere. This is phenomenal stuff here. And can I just say, back in 22nd position, we have a fight for 21st, 22nd and 23rd as well, with Kroll, Soares and Van Horn. So no matter where we are looking on the grid, the whole way through, there's massive fights going on. And as I say that, we're on now with Valhorn here. And look at this, these three guys fighting away. You've got the Aston Martin, you have the Porsche and the Mercedes there. Three very different cars, very different characteristics. And you can see there, the Porsche is just no match for that Aston straight line speed. I've changed from the Aston Martin to the 992 myself, and I really miss just the all-round durability of the Aston Martin. It's fast, it's good on the brakes, tends to understeer slightly, but also slow off, take off with power. But other than that, it's a phenomenal car, and once you can keep the revs up on that thing, my God, will you be rewarded. So look at that there, the distance is pulled already on Soars, so that goes to show us how strong the Aston Martin really is. I think we should jump back up to where Anderson is, because there's a great battle. As I said, we're on it. And this battle here is really starting to juice up here. This is for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Absolutely brilliant to see this. Anderson here will be patient. That Mercedes can take a curb, and it's an amazing all-round race car. You do need a little bit of an extra touch, though. I do find personally that's a little bit understeery, but a lot of the faster guys that are faster than me obviously can really get the most out of it. So let's see as we go, what can Anderson do here with Van Schaick. Van der Linden though as well just has a bit of a breather now. Unbelievable stuff here. And Trapani, Hackle is after taking the lead. Hackler is after taking the lead into the bus stop chicane there. Hopefully, Tom, we can get a replay on that one. That was unbelievable. I just seen it happen. He was literally about 4/10 down, and then out of nowhere, I think he got the braking right going into the bus stop and got the job done. Unbelievable. That is exactly what I was hoping to see at some stage. That spiced things up. So here we have the replay. Look how far back he is. Oh, that is gorgeous done. The Porsche, unfortunately there, Philippi, goes too wide, and then he concedes the place. He doesn't really fight that too much. He knows that it's a 12-hour race. Anything can happen, and it will happen. That was an unbelievable move. Unbelievable. Very opportunistic. And just to get you to know as well, the fastest lap is Tubby at the minute at 2:28.777. Anyone who is watching on TikTok will see my live time in there, and the number in purple is that. And you're very welcome along, guys, whether you're watching on TikTok or on YouTube. This is Simsport Racing International. This is the 12 hours of Spa. And these are the 80-odd drivers who are absolutely crazy to be able to come in and do what they're doing, which is, for me, it's phenomenal to see that. Engelhardt here, though, is still putting the pressure on Morger. So these guys are having a nice little battle. They're swapping and staying together. So, guys, I'm going to ask it already. We're nearly 15 minutes into the race. Whether you're watching on TikTok or whether you're watching on YouTube, give us the name or number of the person who you'd love to see an onboard lap in. And when I do the onboard lap, I'm going to say nothing. We're just going to enjoy the noise of that engine and just the trouble that they're going through. So let us know the car you'd like to see and the number of the car or the number of the car. And by 11:40, so in 5 minutes, we'll jump on and do an onboard lap. So get your votes in on that one. As we're on here now, Trapani is the cork in the bottle, it seems, for a lot of these cars, although he has quite a nice little bit of a tiny breather. So let's see what Trapani can do. He's about half a second clear on Korn and Zerwick. Then we've got Wargers, Engelhardt, Van der Linden, Van Schaick. Then we have Anderson, and then we have Scholl. It's just ridiculous how many people are less than a second from each other. It's just so nice to see. And look at this here. Zerwink is literally going to try, I'd say, for a move, although he's a little bit too far back at the minute. So 11 YouTube, 333. Anyone over in TikTok, what car do you want to see in onboard lap at live? By about 4 minutes or so, we're going to pick somebody to go on a full onboard lap with around Spa. So get your votes in. We have a few votes in there already. Let us know what car you'd like to see or who you'd like to see, and we will do so. So at the minute, it's between car 333 and 11. And Tom, what number would you like to see? We'll give Tom a little vote as well. Perfect. Kieran Vidigo said on board 74 for some real driving. Dry tyres, wet conditions. There's no way they're out on dry tyres there. If they're on dry tyres, I am an opera singer and I cannot sing. As Warges here is trying everything to get by there. That is Mahus of Devenden there from Zerwink. Or Zewink. I can't say that name right. Zerwink. Yeah, I can't say it the way the guys actually properly say it. But we're on with Warges again here. He's doing everything. It's not ideal. I wouldn't like to go there because you'll tend to run wide then if you take it too tight. It's all about patience and an endurance. You can try and just stick with someone and force them into an error. As Vargas though is definitely really pushing here. Chris Hill says 74. Ben Mullard, I thought you went to pits to put on wets on formation. Oh, okay. So Vargas here is very, very close, but then again, the Aston covers it off, nowhere to go. And behind him as well, you have then Engelhardt and Van der Linden nearly side by side now. And in fairness there, Engelhardt's giving Van der Linden a lot of room. Van der Linden tucks in behind. And they're both in identical cars. These Porsches can brake a bit later as well. How hard on the brakes do we have to go? And guys, I've just noticed it is not raining anymore by the looks of it there. So we could have a dry track in the coming half an hour or so, depending on how quick the track evolves. So be ready for some possible pits. So guys, we are going to jump on now a car 74 for a full hot lap. So enjoy. And guys, unbelievable stuff here. On with what I could only say is an unbelievable driver showing you how it should be done. And yeah, this is what it's all about, guys. This is what it's all about. At the minute, so looking, there's still loads of battles going on everywhere. The fastest lap has dropped down to 2:27.605, and that's still held by Tubby. So great job from him. That's what we like to see. And we're on there with Tubby. So that Lambo is coming into zone. You can see there's literally, you can nearly turn off the wipers there. There's not any rain coming down. Obviously just whatever I suppose rain is left on the track. You can see that off the racing line though, it's still quite wet. And you're going to see a lot of guys as it keeps drying jumping onto that very wet line to cool down the tyres. So this will all come into play later on. So anyone who's not used to racing, you'll be asking later on, oh look at this here, Engelhardt. It's all over Zerwink now. And boom, Engelhardt is by. So the Aston of Zerwink is struggling a little bit, but this is the Porsche's territory in the corners. That's where the Porsche comes alive. Absolutely brilliant. And Chris Hill being very, very generous to myself and Tom there. Thanks very much, Chris. But definitely, guys, please smash the like button out of this stream. Subscribe to SSRI if you haven't already. If you're watching on my TikTok live, do the same. Jump over to SSRI's YouTube channel. Like, honestly, subscribe. You're not going to be disappointed with the level of broadcasting and the level of racing. And you always get involved as well. If you do race and you do come across this, jump in and join them. So Niels Engelhardt here now on in 8th position, and this is where you're going to see some cars starting to really struggle. Look at this though, you have the Porsche behind then as well of Van der Linden looking for a way by, and we know that Porsche is absolutely mega with traction. The only thing is that Aston, it's a train once it gets going, and we all know that, so no way by yet. And the only thing is though, Mr. Engelhardt there will be looking in his rearview mirror by the end of this, because the Aston will pull very, very close. And you can still see, look at that, everyone's going on to that wet line to cool down the tyres. So there is already a little bit of an issue maybe with tyres overheating a bit on the racing line. This is going to be interesting. Who do you think, guys, watching the stream, who is going to jump in for dries first? Who is going to be mad enough? Engelhardt doing a phenomenal job there at present, let's be fair about that. Now the next thing as well, Wargers is about 3 seconds up the road, but Wargers is looking like he's going to try and come near Corcoran soon. I'm going to look back at everything else that's going on here as well. Back in 22nd position, we have Van Hoom as well in a battle. In 17th, we've Van Drunen in a battle, and then all the way down nearly to the top 10 are just all in battles as well. So this is what it's all about, guys. No matter where they are on the track, these are fighting, and this is the nature of Spa. Even when it spreads out like it's spread out, you see all these groups. You can just see some of them being very patient, and a few of them running wide as well to try and get on to the wetter lines still. So I'm wondering how much is tire temperature becoming a thing. Mike van der Mel's car 11. So you want to go for car 11 at some stage. Okay, that's Wargers. So I tell you what, this is what we do. When we get to 15 likes, what we're going to do then is we'll do a hot lap with the person who does the 15th like, but you need to send me proof you're doing it. So do a screenshot and send it in. But obviously, once we get to 15 likes, we will do an other onboard lap. I think is the fairest thing to do there. Let's really push this YouTube page up. Let's get this stream out there. Let's get every motorsport enthusiast and head race in here to enjoy this absolutely phenomenal event that's going on at the minute. And a bit of banter going on in the chat there as well. I won't mention some of it. As we've Luke Shaw into the pits. and Fabio Stores in the pits. They're hardly going on to dry tyres now. There was huge damage in their car, that's why. As we're on now, Oliver Anderson and that lovely... Oh, there's a bit of an ass that got a bit sideways, but done the right thing. He's going to rejoin, and it's, you know, a fair enough rejoin. Oh, it's the Porsche. That just came out of nowhere to join the battle. So Van der Linden there popped out of nowhere, and this is now a nice little four-way battle going on here. And who's going to come out the best of this one? We're going to find out. Zerwink, Anderson, Van der Linden within about 0.8 of a second of each other from literally from 9th position to 12th. So that's unbelievable. This is what it's about, guys. Being very patient. Anderson, I think, is just kind of biding his time as well. I think the harder you drive your car as well, the easier they're going to overheat as the racing line dries up. So the smarter people on the tyres now, it's going to pay dividend now in this phase of the race. It's all about controlling the temperatures to keep it as much of the optimum grip as possible. But look at this Aston Martin in a straight line again. You do not want to be letting the Aston near you. So Van Schack there made that mistake, and look at this, around the outside goes Zerwink, but Van Schack has the inside line. Zerwink's coming back though, and look at this, Anderson's looking to get involved. Oh, this could be crazy. 3 wide. Anderson though, what a dude. Oh, he's running wide. No, that was absolutely brilliant though. And look, a nice opportunistic move. Fair play to him. You got to give it to him. He's gone for it. That's what it's all about, and he does the right thing. He gives the places back, and the Porsche of Van der Linden tucks in behind him, so it's been reset. Let them go again. But that's exactly what it's about. It's about trying to make those moves. It's about trying to generate mistakes out of people there. And look at that, you see then that was Van Schack actually pulling out of the way of Mr. Zerwink to try and not give him much of a toe. And there's a car leaving the pits now. The guys have to be very aware of that as well. The pit line is there for a reason, but they all move to the left-hand side. And now feeding back into them there is... Who is that? It's a back marker anyway. But here we go. This Aston is all over the Porsche now. So Zerwink is doing a great job to keep the Aston with the Porsche through these bendy bits. Let's see, can he keep it going, the Dutch driver? I'm assuming he is as well, with the Dutch flags on the side. And it's great to see all the different nationalities getting involved as the Porsche does a Porsche thing, gets a bit sideways under throttle, but somehow he's held it together, and somehow the Aston's still behind, and this is not an overtaking place, so the Aston has to sit there and wait, and my God, he is on the back bumper as the Porsche gets a bit more sideways. I know that feeling when you get the throttle down, it just wants to scare you or kill you, but he's holding the inside line, which is key here, and Anderson was thinking about it, but just thought better of it, and that's called experience. So on here now, this is a great battle with Zerwink, Van Schack, Anderson and Van der Linden. Look how close they are. I think it's... You don't get this in real life racing this often, this close. This is why we love esports. And here we go. Aston Martin doing Aston Martin things again. This time though, he holds the inside line. He's learned from his mistake the last time, and he is finally back through. So Zerwink has got by Van der Linden though. Got a little bit scary, but he's alright. He's kept it going. Zerwink there though, absolutely great stuff. And now he's going to pull away from the Porsche on these straights until the midsection, where possibly they will come together again. As we have Philippi in the pits, Trapani in the pits, Corkin in the pits. So everybody, I think, is looking at changing on to dries a bit early, I'm assuming. It's strange to have one of the race leaders going in there. Hakala is still out in the lead of the race at present, so very interesting. And the one thing with Spa, so guys, if you're not racing in the GT racing in Spa, the pit lane is super long. You go through the F1 pit and around to the right down to the old pit lane. It's probably the longest pit lane there is in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's an absolute ache because it's so narrow as well at the right turn. I have seen people damage their car trying just to pit for tyres. So Zerwink is currently running 6 now. You can still see, look, there is the dry line is forming. I'm not sure if it is ideal to try dries just yet, but then again, the guys who have pace can probably get away with it to feel that it's near the cut off. I don't think I'd be that brave just yet. I'm with Van Drunen going in. That's a beautiful looking livery. Dan Lenson there as well in the 27 Honda. And that is his second time in the pits. So we're on now with M&M Marvin Mackenberg in 10th position in that Lexus. Great to see a Lexus up there as well. A super fast car in a straight line, so this track might help him a little bit. It's nice to see all the cars out there, like your Lexus, Porsche, Ferrari, McLaren, Aston, Mark. There's Audi out there as well. It has a bit of everything for everyone, and the Lambo, of course, as well. And look just how, like, the speed difference between the Lexus and the Porsche is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. We've now got the leader in the pits. We've got Tubby in the pits, Chris Vickers in the pits. So the rest of the guys are going on to dries. Now the dry line is on the dry line, but if you venture off that, the one thing I'm going to say, they're going to suffer with the tyre temps possibly for a good few minutes unless they adjust those pressures up. But then again, how far do you go if it's drying out either? Because you're going to impede yourself later on. So it's a very, very tough one there for anyone who is making them calls at the minute. So Warriors now sitting in the lead. Fair play to them anyway. Look, at the end of the day, it's a very, very tough call to do. You can never get it 100% right. You just have to kind of go by the feel of the driver. And if there's any driver changes this early on, it could be quite dodgy. I'm assuming most drivers will double stint for the first 2 hours at least, because they're used to conditions. But if you're sending somebody kind of green out, and especially on a green track when it starts to dry up onto greasy, it's going to be very, very tough to get there right in and get used to the track conditions. So anyone who is racing should double stint, in my opinion, from the race start. That's a superly busy pit lane there. Oh my god, it's just so busy. Literally nearly everybody's in the pits now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in the pits. Warriors though, still out there, still doing the job. And for anyone who doesn't know, the difference with tyres here as well. So on the plain tyres, they're wets, and then when you see the yellow Pirelli, that's when they're on the dries as well. So that's another little thing for anyone who's not used to the game to understand what tyres people are on. When you don't see any coloured name on the sidewall spinning around with it, you know they're on the wets. And we have a yellow flag with Corcoran in 10th position at the minute, and Anderson as well, and with Van der Linden. So there might have been people going around Eau Rouge. If we can get a replay on that one, Tom, I would absolutely love you forever. And big up Tom in the chat, guys. He's doing a hard job in the background, doing all of this commentate or the streaming side of it as well, and having to listen to me while doing it. That's worse again. It's hard enough doing it with nobody talking in your ear. So Valentine Corcoran there in 15th position there. And they are still on the west. You can see how dry that track's after getting all of a sudden. In a few laps, it's got a massive dry, so everyone done the right call. It's all about how they've set it up. If someone's put too much pressure in later on, they're going to be feeling that. But at the minute, I'm sure with the temps being still low enough, well, the track temperature is 30 degrees. So we have the replay here is what happened. So hit the curb, yeah. there'll be a bit of damage there too. Oh, Anderson coming out. Oh, that was scary for Anderson. But there you go. Sam's eye is already in compared to everyone around him. Fair. Yeah, look at that. Sam Spanklink is sitting up there in 12th position now. He's still on the wets by the looks of it. He is on the wet still. Yeah, 100% he's still on the wets. That's unbelievable stuff. He'll surely have to come into the pits now. Look how quick this track has evolved. Oh no, he's fighting like there's no tomorrow. Oh, he's been on the dries the whole race. Okay. I'm going mad here, guys. Maybe I just couldn't see with the stream. So Mackenberg is in the pits there. We're on with Corcoran. As Mackenberg is leaving the pits in the background there. Corcoran is fighting like a good thing. That's the fastest lineup I've ever seen, Tom. I wish Ireland was like that. And into the pits we have Zerwink now. Quite impressive that he's gone that long. It was an unbelievable overtake is what I was. So we're back on now with Corcoran there. Beautiful looking livery, by the way. Oh, Mackenberg, look at this dude in the Lexus. Not a bother. It'll take a lap or two to get used then to being on dries, noticing all of a sudden you've got grip again. And the lap times will start to tumble now. We're already down to 2:24.075 by Zampardi as the fastest at the minute. Can anyone beat that, and how long will it take? And that's in the Ferrari. I like to pretend I can say that in an Italian accent. So guys, I see we're on 11 likes in the video. Can we get up to at least 15 and we'll do another onboard? And you, the viewers, whether you're on TikTok or on YouTube, can decide what car we do that onboard with. Three more likes is all we need, guys. Oh, we're on 14 now. Oh, I tell you one thing, people are listening. The public want to see it. One more vote on the YouTube, or one more even like in the TikTok, and we will definitely go and do an onboard, and you choose who that is with. And we've reached the 15. Right, so guys, that happened a lot quicker than I expected. On 16 now. Go on, keep it coming, guys. So throw the names or numbers of the car you want to see a lap with. I'm just going to do a hot lotto pick, and that'll pick it. So please let me know who you want to see. So Lulu B says the 990 car. Okay, so we've got the 990 of Mr. Tubby, who's already in this view at the minute. We have the 990 again from Chris Hill. Well, we give it another minute for anyone else. Up to 19 likes, guys. Keep those likes coming. Let's hit that 20. That's what we like to see here. The 990, do you know what? Yeah, we're just going to do the 990. I'm going to shut my mouth. Everybody wants to see it. Okay, guys, so I think that's enough fanboying on the 990 for a minute as the crowd was going wild. So, guys, I made life easy for you, I think, with those likes. You really jumped on that straight away. The next on board will be at 25 likes on the YouTube channel. So, another 6 likes in there, guys. There's still, 33 odd watching live there. There's definitely still plenty of likes available there for the next on board. So, as we are jumping on, we are now joined by one of my favorite people in the world. Adrian, how are you doing? You there, Adrian?
Well, if I was Adrian.
Oh, what we call you, Adrian? Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong name here. Sorry, man. Name up. Well, I'm going to call you RTR because that's what we want everyone to call you, okay?
All right, that works.
We will do that. So, welcome along. So, with you, Mr. RTR, do you want to tell people who you are and where you're from, and then I'm going to give you a catch-up on the race so far.
Yeah, so I'm the American kid that nobody likes, but everybody loves. The few Porsche liveries that I've made in the time that I've raced in ERA. Fairly new to sim racing.
Well, no, not just very new. I think you're a very good driver as well. I've raced against you.
Yeah, raced against a few things.
No, you've done absolutely brilliant. It's great to have you along. Just to give you a shout of what's going on so far. So we're 45 minutes nearly into this 12-hour race in Spa. It was absolutely hockeying down with rain. Now it's gone really dry. Everyone's got in and changed their tyres, and so we're sitting on my Hackett and Philippi. So Philippi did start the race leading because Spenklink ended up going into the pits on the first lap. So Hackett here, though, is doing a great job in the Ferrari with Philippi in second and Tubby in third. And here we have the replay there of the overtake for that lead.
Absolutely, just going down the straight now, getting that toe. Great overtaking opportunity right here at the top of the hill. Just executes perfectly. It's a great exit coming down in the downhill section. Just runs away with it.
Absolutely brilliant. I think your mic is just slightly low, bro. If you can just, I don't know if it's a bit too far away.
I'm also just a little bit quiet. Try to wake up. Morning time over here in the Americas, but we're getting there. We'll get loud. Don't you worry.
Well, that's what I like to hear. We can hear you loud and clear. Now, just so you know as well, there is a YouTube channel that we're streaming on. We're up to 20 likes now. When we reach 25 likes, we're going to let the crowd pick another onboard lap. Now, we do have a chat going on in there if you want to open up on your phone. These guys are very, very chatty, very, very chatty. And Amanda didn't even notice her brother was driving. She's in to support her brother and didn't even notice that he was driving the car.
How mean not to even know that your own brother's driving the car for you.
That's siblings for you, I think. So we're on here now with Armin. If you want to go through this one for us, let the guys hear that lovely American voice.
Alrighty, well there we go. I should have the mic fixed just a little bit. I can turn up or down depending on...
Your mic is absolutely fixed there, about 30 seconds behind.
Alrighty, but yeah, heading down in here to turn 1. These two Porsches going to be very equal, going all the way down, toe advantage, back to the number 16, I believe that is. This 3 Porsche pack looking very, very nice. I'm loving these liveries. I know we always have a good chat about the liveries through these races. Coming up through a Rouge and Radeon. Very, very wide from that number 911. Huge run through the 16. Going to take it side by side, have the good line. 16 just backing off. Going to come in tucking behind the 991 just tucking in behind the 16. Going to try to get that run back down the hill through the short chute. Around the long right-hander after this. Coming down the chute, both great exits. 16 seems to be running away just a little bit. Maybe not. Running a little bit wide. Maybe trying to get a run out of the corner from the 911. Great looking cars. I mean, just beautiful. Coming down this hill. Just coming down the hill.
Go on.
No, sorry. Like I said, still trying to wake up. Don't quite have my commentary quite yet.
You're grand.
But
I was just going to with you there on deliveries, though. They've done an amazing job, and you can really see it with the sunlight coming out, mate. But just looking there in the chat really quick there. So Amanda was just saying, no, she's supporting, but I'm putting makeup on, so she wasn't watching the screen. Now, is Amanda putting makeup on to jump into the comms boot in a while, I wonder?
oh yes, of course you gotta pamper yourself up. Gotta have the fans, hear the makeup in your voice, right?
That's the truth. And did you get your makeup done now beforehand?
Oh, absolutely. When spent 3 hours in the chair, I look absolutely stunning right now. You know me, Colm. I'm always beautiful.
Absolutely. Reflection of perfection, they call you.
Ah, something like that. But not as reflective as these two cars racing down.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. So we're on now with Amanda's brother. So Mike Ambernosa, who you know, is Amanda's brother. So absolutely on it he is. He is giving it everything here. The catch up here with is Zambaretti. That Aston Martin though should have a slightly bit of an advantage in terms of straight, but he's too far back really to make anything work. And we know how good that Ferrari is then through this mid sector here. It is made for corners.
Absolutely. These two new cars, the Ferrari and the Porsche, just absolutely hammering on this track. As we can see, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, those are all, I believe that Lamborghini is also one of the new cars as well. So drivers really just adapting to these new tools, new cars that they can drive, and just absolutely loving them. As we see the Ferrari go to the inside of an Aston Martin, I believe a lap car. But you can just see the pace difference, the ability of the Ferrari to get around these corners being a mid-engine, not having as much weight in the front. You can rotate it just a little bit easier, get it around these corners, and just chuck it in a little bit more, not have to worry about going wide or losing the front end, especially through this very technical, hard cornering section.
Yeah, it's unbelievable there to see the back marks getting out of the way. It's so planted. I got to drive it in endurance in India with Matthew and the lads. It was a very good car, but it reminds me a little bit of the M4. It's so good, it's kind of boring. It doesn't scare you. It doesn't, it doesn't excite me in the way that it does others.
Oh yeah, that's when you just become a Porsche driver. You just see how much back end you can lose in one corner.
It's very easy in a Porsche.
Oh, I can confirm. Everyone's saying when that was the car that I picked, you have killed yourself for this racing season. But eventually I figured it out. But yeah, you can just see the gap that he has put on Mike coming through that sector 2, sector 3.
Yeah, we're talking nearly 2 seconds of a gap now.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the section where Mike can come back just a little bit, coming down the hill, going into Rouge Radillon, just send in the car as fast as you can, no lifting on that throttle, especially not coming over the top of the hill. Should have the setup done very well to where you can just hammer down and go get that Ferrari.
Absolutely. I think we should jump on with 16th position because there's a battle developing for 16th and 15th now between Marcia in the Audi and Mackenberg in that Lexus.
Well, absolutely. Just coming back to this same exact spot, T1 coming down the hill. It's probably my favorite sector of the track, mostly because I don't have to touch the brake. I don't like brakes. But coming down the hill.
Say you're American.
Yeah, very, very much an American trait, not liking the brakes. But coming down the hill through Sector 1, I believe in this particular situation, the Lexus will have the advantage over the Audi, being that front engine, a little bit more power, and he's a little bit far back to have a good tow. Only half a second back, but still a chance to get up with him down through the hill. I know several Audi drivers after 1.9 came out were complaining about performance and just losing the rear end a lot. So we'll see what the driver of the number 2 car can get done through this downhill.
Absolutely. There was an awful lot of complaints with the 1.9, but I think I said it. It was actually on Gary Smith's YouTube page. He put up a kind of thing asking about the updates of it. I think 1.9 has been a refreshing thing for the sim racing in ACC because it's put a reset for everybody. What you thought you knew about the game is completely gone, and we're starting to see drivers who might not have been up at the top echelon, say in the 1.8 and previous versions. In the 1.9, you do see now an awful lot of the guys who we thought were mid-pack are actually now at the front. They've really got, I suppose, the driving style that they have suits some of the characteristics now that has come into some of these cars. So I love to see now the evolution of some of these drivers really jumping up, and you're even seeing it in the standings here with some of the drivers. If you do watch any of the SSR races, so any of the guys that are watching online, they're going to notice just how much a lot of people have improved, and I love that it's reset for everybody.
Well, absolutely. I'll just go back and say something that I've seen lately. The major change that's made this feel a lot more realistic is the change in the braking. The braking has completely changed in the game. It's a lot closer to real life. It's not as spongy of a switch as it may have used to been when you had ABS, to where you could just full hammer on, hold it at 100%, and then completely off and just hammer on the throttle. You know, there always was a little bit. You do have to trail brake, obviously, and you do have to get on the throttle a certain way, but it is a lot more realistic. It's closer to what some people may already know. Yellow flags up here at the top of the hill. Car's slow. I don't know where that car is. Right there. It is the Aston Martin. I believe that's the 81.
Yeah, I can see that happening there. That is, I don't know what's going on with them. It's trying to see who that is there now.
I believe I think they just lost it up at the top of the hill. That's where the cautions flags were out. The very, very typical spot, especially if you run wide, they'll flag. You know, the marshals, they love their caution flags.
Oh, 100%.
They'll get that out nice and early for you.
Yeah, and I think the way the blue flags here is let people buy when it's safe to do so as well. Obviously, it's not like Formula 1 where you have like one or two corners and you need to be out of the way then, otherwise it's a penalty. It's not that severe. GT Racing has, I think, a much better approach. You let people buy when it's safe to do so, but also not impeding your own race massively. As Van Horn, there's a yellow flag in Van Horn. He might have had a small incident, but he's back on track and going anyway. But yeah, look, GT Racing around Spa, I was explaining to them about the pit lane. What's your experience of the pit lane here? And see, is it the same as what I've said?
Let's see. Drive-throughs suck. I'll give it that much. You know, almost. What is it? A minute and a half time lost just by one drive-through. The main endurance race that I've done on this, I did an endurance race within the community ERA, and it was me, Stacy Ellis, and Tony Hertzgeg. Tony couldn't make it. Stacy was in kind of bad shape, so I ended up doing a triple to start the race. Had no idea where Stacy was, but pit lane was just a crazy place with all the drivers coming on at the same time, the number of stop goes, just drive-throughs in general being a back marker. It was very hectic.
It's definitely the longest pit lane on the calendar, but that little right turn though going on to the old pit lane that they use, it can catch people out and you can damage your car there as well, which is a really annoying thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just the fact that to optimize your time in the pit lane and to have the least amount of time lost is the fact that you have to sit there and you have to hold the throttle all the way open and just hope that you don't touch that wall. This McLaren, first, maybe second pit stop if they're not feeling the tires right, trying to adjust those pressures. Like you were saying earlier, they may have set those pressures really high and may already be feeling it.
So Mr. Spankling, this is actually his second time into the pit. He actually pitted just as the race started, and now this is essentially his first pit stop. His stint was about 54 minutes and 10 seconds there. I just have the tool open while I'm looking there as well, so I have that bit of information for you. But now I'm going to give you some information about SSRI as you're new to it. So did you know there is an SSRI? It's basically like a premium membership where all your liveries get uploaded, and there's loads of other amazing features with it. But also SSRI don't just do endurance championships, they do have their racing leagues, and there's like GT4s and GT3s and everything else as well that goes on in here.
I did actually happen to see that. I decided to do a little bit of research before I just had to hop on and be a commentator for you guys. But yeah, I was able to go onto the website. I was able to look into a little bit, watched a few races in my spare time in the, I think, 2 days since you asked me to join you in that, as we now have McLaren exiting the pit lane, getting their stop done and done.
Absolutely. And what was your experience of the website like? And I suppose for anyone who has not used it before, at least your experience for it now will let them know just how easy it is to use.
I mean, it's a really, really nice website. I ended up doing it on my phone because I may or may not have been at school, but very, very clean looking website. There's so many easy features if you want to get to any of their resources. So the YouTube page, their Discord, they're supporting them through the membership. It's just a lot of easy things, and it's all very accessible.
Absolutely brilliant. And so we're still on only 21 likes, right? There's 33 people watching live at present. Let's get up to 25. Let's get another onboard lap. We need you to get the onboard lap up there. So push that like button if you haven't already, guys. Let's see that hit 25. As we're still on now with John Baton and getting very, very close now, in fairness, to Mr. Anderson. And if you don't know Mr. Anderson, he is actually one of the staff members of SSRI, and he's very, very fast in that Mercedes.
Well, in that case, we may just have to get him out of that car after his stint finishes, bring him into the comms box, ask him about his stint. Was he in the car at the start of the race? Because if he was, we can ask him about how that change in condition.
Absolutely, he is double stinting at the minute, so he's been in with the heavy rain. Now, I have to say, the transition from wet to dry, I might have made 2 blinks of the eye. It was very, very fast to change over from wet conditions to dry. It caught me by surprise anyway.
Oh, absolutely. I was sitting here watching it back by myself before I jumped in the box, and they were just seeing a slightly dry line, everybody pitting, and then the track was completely dry. It was like, whoa, is this Spa, or is this like a track in the Middle East? Because this is dry.
It was crazy how quick the changeover was. I was getting very, very confused with that. Now, just going to go back and look at one thing. Can we go down to last place? Because Van der Kraan is actually fighting with Weeda for the last position at the minute. Look at this here. Now, there's a bit of damage there on Van der Kraan, but he is keeping up. Hasn't lost much time. In fairness, for having huge damage.
That's aerodynamic use. What are you talking about?
It's an air brake.
Yeah, that is definitely a huge air brake. Lots of damage. I'm surprised they haven't gone into fix. I wouldn't be surprised if that is recent damage, because honestly, I wouldn't have cared if I was in the middle of a stint. If I had that much damage on my car, I'd be hitting immediately to get that fixed. Because if people don't know, visual bug on the Merc. All right, that's what the YouTube chat is telling us, that can be a visual bug.
Absolutely. And on the YouTube channel, we're up to 23 likes. Guys, 2 more likes and we'll do another onboard. So, Tommy, make it off that onboard. Don't be giving the guys what they want to see just yet.
Well, Horst, do you have it liked? That's if you don't have it liked.
I do have it liked.
Alrighty. Just making sure.
Absolutely.
You can't have the commentators not liking their own stream.
Hell no. I'm very biased that way. Very biased. So let's see what happens. So it actually is damage. It wasn't the visual bug.
Oh yeah, just losing it through the uphill. Huge contact with that inside wall. So yeah, that's why we were seeing that battle.
And
yeah, that is
actually reminded me of the Lando Norris incident. Remember in the rain when he lost the F1 car in the wet, going up there? It was exactly what happened there. He caught it and then it just snapped to the other side and threw him into the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it also makes me think of the, I believe it was the WEC race that just happened here, the number 3 Cadillac going up the hill.
100% the same thing.
Oh, come on, guys. 1 like off, and then we're getting that replay. I want to hear a beautiful car. So
I have to vote for it, though, as well. So what would you vote for? If you're looking at any of the cars out there, what would you vote for? That's probably going to be a Porsche now, Liam. Are you not set down? I stand corrected, Chris Hill. J-Bot, I don't think you were listening, gone full sweat mode. So what do you think, Liam, of this battle here that's going on with betting? I think we've lost Liam, have we?
I had to switch microphones.
Okay. So look, we've Anderson here with betting still at it. And Anderson, though, is getting a bit of a toe as we're jumping on now with Amanda's brother, Mr. Mike Ambrinosa, who is on the charge here with Warriors, 0.3 of a second off Ferrari versus Aston. And it's a very familiar looking Aston for anyone in the streams, and a very familiar one for you as well, Liam. That kind of throwback to the McLaren of 1998, 1999.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I may not have been around to see it, but yeah, I mean, very, very classic looking livery. I love it, and the ability actually of Mike to stay with this Ferrari through the downhill. I'm actually quite surprised. He's got it really, really planted, just sticking right behind the Ferrari. And we're seeing the replay of the 11 getting around the Aston that I believe was coming back up to the start and finish line right before the last chicane. Looks like that's where he got it, was in the last chicane. A beautiful move up the inside, little bit of contact, but it's endurance racing. You know, there's gonna be a little bit of beating and begging, but
we call it elbows out.
Oh yeah. Still super close, and here's that Porsche battle that I was mentioning earlier. 16 right on the inside, not close enough to make contact. Great racing side by side all the way down. Move around the outside, he gets it done. Can he make it stick? That rear end looks a little bit loose, but he makes it stick. Oh, he gets it just a little bit loose, a little bit twitchy. But that's what the Porsche does to you.
That's great driving there, because they send around the outside as well, with that car being so loose in the rear when you start to overload them tyres. That was a great job there. And Amanda is supporting the brother still there as well, which is great to see. So guys, one more like and we'll do another on board. We're on 24 likes, get to 25 there. Or if someone there is watching elsewhere, let us know and we can get you even in to come and do a bit of comms. So Amanda, or anyone who's watching, if you fancy coming in and having even a conversation or an interview there with a famous American Liam or a really annoying Irish lad, give us a shout.
Oh, I think that's the other way around. I think I'm the annoying American. You're the beautiful, famous Irish lad.
Nah, not at all. Now, by the way, isn't it so nice having an amazing broadcaster like Tom in the background, being able to have replays at the ready, do 2 streams, throw it in there, and just keep on top of all the action, and we just get the joys of sitting back, relaxing, and talking about it.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I was so excited for this. Is I'm not the one having to run the cameras this time. I can just sit back and enjoy the racing, and give you a little bit of banter.
That's what it's all about. It's what it's all about. And Valenduck here in 25th position in the Honda that everybody cried about so much, and he's doing a great job there in 25th. He did have to get into the pits very early. I'm pretty sure he was 3 times into the pits. No, 2 times. Well, everyone else is once. And it's a very confusing looking one because you're looking at the very famous Le Mans Mazda livery on a Honda NSX.
Yeah, well, I was trying to look at it. I was trying to read the side of the text, maybe see the team name on it. But yeah, the Team Rocket Gazoo Racing, very long name. But yeah, it is nice to finally see the NSX coming back a little bit, being chased by the this is Mercedes. Sorry, my brain is still waking up.
Right, bro.
Oh, very, very wide at the top of the hill, having to take the escape road. Have to be sure he's not gaining time doing that. Don't want to get a drive through, especially on this track.
Absolutely, and it's Petrovic that's behind him there as well, so he's only 1.8 seconds off there now. And by the way, just to let you know, the fastest lap is Mr. Spankling at 2:18.745. By quite a margin. He is actually the fastest driver by minimum 0.7 of a second by the looks of it. Unbelievable stuff.
Absolutely, but he's just got to be careful. Got to remember, this is a race of attrition. We are only 10 hours and 52 minutes in, or we've got 10 hours and 52 minutes left of this race.
And it's about time as well. Sorry, I see there's 25 likes. So in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, when it comes to 10:50, we're going to jump on with one car. You, the viewers in the stream, let me know the number of the car or the name of the driver who you'd like to see, and let's get into it.
And while we're waiting for that, we're going to take a look at our leader here by just about 7 seconds through the downhill section right now. Very beautiful looking Ferrari. I love the way that they've done this livery.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty, and it's. So I nearly choked there. It's not in your face. It's just it's subtle. It's clean for me. I think it's a very clean looking livery.
Absolutely minimalist. I mean, it's not overloading. We're getting a lot. I got 1221 in the chat for the car that we want to see. I'm gonna cast my vote and say either the 16 or the 36, but I'm just Porsche biased.
That's fair. That is fair. Now, Team Kazoo Racing as well was asked. Nicholas DeSantis, you beautiful devil, you. He's looking to look at Philippi. Chris Hill, 69. Nicholas DeSantis, name number 7. So we're starting to get some votes in now. And Nicholas DeSantis, I'm very, very sad not to see you, Tony, and Sky Racing today. I know they were busy. But Nicholas DeSantis, for anyone who doesn't know, is an amazing driver racing in the silver and the SRO North America Championship. He's a phenomenal driver, and Tony's in there as well. So great to see you in here, Nick.
Absolutely, and he is such a blistering driver. I mean, just seeing his on-track pace makes me go, oh, I wish I could do that. But you know, you got to let some of them be fast, right? I can't always be fast.
He makes that Porsche look very easy to drive. That's all I'll say. Car number 7 though is getting quite a number of votes in.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's I know I should have called out my Porsche bias, because that's where we're looking. Just currently 7.3 seconds back on my timing board from the leader. Philippi is just trying to chase down. He's probably, I believe, if we're looking at the timesheet correctly, he's just holding position with that leader, just pacing, likely just holding on his stint.
Right, guys, we need to jump on with Philippa now onto an onboard. We'll do about a lap and a half, 2 laps because of where he is. The guys have voted for it. We've reached 26 likes now. Keep those likes smashing coming in. And Liam, we get to have a break and get a drink. So, Tom, do you want to do the onboard now and give the people what they want? That's unbelievable there, coming out of the bus stop. What a driver Philip is. Absolutely unbelievable stuff.
Oh yeah, giving us such a show. I love the sound of this new Porsche. Just absolutely beautiful turbo whine. And great power from it as well.
Yeah, for me, the Porsche is one of the... Well, look, we're very biased to the Porsche, but I love the sound of the Macca. Have you been in the Macca Evo?
I believe I tested it once when I was trying to decide which car I wanted. And went, I'll go with the Porsche instead.
Yeah, the Evo Macca sounds absolutely amazing. The Lambo, obviously, the V10 and the Audi Lambo, they're both the same car pretty much. They're absolutely brilliant. The M4 is the dullest sounding car in the game, but obviously it's an amazing car in terms of raceability. The Mercedes, super angry, and yeah, look, I love the Aston. I've used it for the last 4 or 5 months as well. It sounds amazing. But for me, I still love the M6. I know it's not competitive anymore, but the M6 sounds absolutely awesome.
Oh yeah, absolutely awesome and an absolutely fun car to drive as well. I mean, that is the main thing. You got to enjoy the car that you're driving, right?
100%, but that's why I love the Jag as well. The Jag sounds like an old Spitfire. Or have you heard the V12 Aston in this game?
Oh yes, that car is, let's just say, with the volume that I have the sim at, it is deafening.
And yeah, no, in fair, Eimer's correct as well. The Porsche actually isn't turbocharged. It's a flat 6 NA engine. So it's a GT3 engine. It's not the GT2.
That is right. I'm American, as most people would say. But yeah, the flat 6. I apologize about that.
That's an excuse being American.
Yeah,
it doesn't get you of everything.
It can get me out of that. That's good enough. But here we are on board with the 52, chasing down Anderson. Once again, seeing two amazing liveries in this race. I think this is a race of liveries. Let's see who has the best livery. Or maybe we'll see who has the best livery after 12 hours. How about that?
Full of rubber and full of damage. Yeah, and to get your liveries in, it is part of the Prime membership. There's some great features, and one of them is to always make sure your liveries are showcased into it. And I think it's a good thing because it encourages people then to help. Because running leagues, the likes of all the servers and that, it's definitely not cheap. Definitely not cheap. Absolutely
not. But you know, there's an amazing admin team over here at Simsport Racing International. I've gotten to talk with a few of them for a few short moments in the broadcasting chat, and I mean it is just an amazing league from everything that I've seen. As we see an overtake coming down into the final chicane, tight little bit of contact. Who's going to make it stick coming out, getting the run down?
Anderson did, but he has the wrong line. That Lambo has the perfect line. Anderson is going to be under pressure here because he's going to be ran wide as well, I have a feeling.
Absolutely. Break early, get that more open apex, stick it down in behind, and get him at the top of the hill.
Be interesting to see, can Denmark have enough in the straight line to come back, because that Lambo isn't slow.
Whoa, and running way wide, almost barely missing the wall.
I like his racing tactics there. He's trying to straight line through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much the marshals will like that one. But yeah, somehow both of those cars got out of there unscathed. If I had to taken another straight line already. Now on board with the number 720. Once again, great overtaking opportunities here at the end of Sector 3 and coming to the start of your next lap. Whoa, getting way loose coming out of the final corner. Somehow keeping it out of the wall. It almost looked like he was going to go straight nose in.
Yeah, and we're on now with Mackenberg. Mackenberg in that Lexus is doing a phenomenal job. Like, don't forget that Lexus hasn't really been bopped or anything in a long time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that means they've had plenty of time to master their craft. Granted, they did just have to have the 1.9 update, excuse me, and have to relearn a few things. But I feel like, for the most part, that car has stayed the same, and it's been such a consistent car.
I'd agree with that. Look, it's not a car I drove much. It's actually a car I'm going to give a go because I heard it sounds amazing as well. And it's, I think, the fastest car in a straight line from what I've been told. Now, I don't know if it's the same in the 1.9 update or not.
Oh, do I hear a car that Colin may replace the Jag with? Or sorry, the Jag?
Never. The Jag is my baby.
But yeah, back on with this Lexus. Just getting a huge tow from that number 36 Porsche. Going to come all the way up. We're likely going to see another overtake into that same final chicane. It's such a great spot too. You have so much time to set up that pass coming up the hill, and there's so many different ways that you can take it. You can try to take the outside and get it through the left-hander, so the last turn, so the second turn. You can just try to set the apexes up different, as now this becomes a three-way battle between 36 and 415. Absolutely. Between 36, 415 and the 911. Having a little look up the inside, not quite going to force it, but just going to push the 911 out wide just a little bit, give them a little bit better run off the corner. We'll see what they can make up down the hill and back up.
100%. And what do you reckon, when we get 30 likes on the YouTube stream, we'll do another on board? What do you reckon?
Oh, that sounds like a great idea to me. Just 4 more on that.
So, guys, you know what to do. There's 30 watching. 4 years haven't pressed that like button. Smash it.
And Shaw putting the pedal down in that 911, getting that, I'm going to say it right this time, the flat 6. Not the turbo, just the flat. Getting it going down the straightaway.
Against a big VA.
Absolutely. So, getting the Porsche stop, that is one of my favorite things. Is it just, it's so quick to get slowed down, and it turns on such a dime. Or that's American currency. I can use a pent.
No, honestly, you're dead right. The Porsche is agile. For what it lacks in terms of rear end, in terms of it kills the rear tires, it's probably the best car in braking, and the traction out of the corner is just phenomenal. That narrowly aspirated flat 6 just wants to rev for days.
Oh, absolutely. And with that revving, there's just so much power out of the corners. And that Lexus, even though it may have that high top end speed, with that tow right behind it, that Porsche is going to win every single day.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Great to see it, though. I'm glad to see Lexus up there fighting with the big boys in all the newer cars. And it's good to see the Astons up there with Mike and Betten, and then Anderson and the Merc as well. So it's great to see the good mix.
Oh, absolutely. It's always nice to see a good mix of cars all racing together. You never want to see just one group of cars or the meta run away with it. As we see up at the top of the field, though, the gap is still held between the 7 and the 169, currently at 8 seconds. There's another 7 seconds back to the 990, another 7 back to the 94. I'm just going to do a whole run through the field. So first, if we can go ahead and do that. And first, we got the 169, the Ferrari of Jonas. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name, because I know I will completely American butcher that. We have the number 7 of Luca Filippi in second, 990 of Matt Tubby in third, the 94 of, I'm not going to pronounce that. Let's see how many names I don't pronounce, because I don't want to be that American. Or I can just say the car numbers, I guess. In fifth place, we have the Ferrari, the number 11. Sixth place, the 333 Aston Martin. Seventh place, the 416 Porsche. Eighth place, the 34 Aston Martin. Ninth place, the 52 Lamborghini. 10th place, the number 221 Mercedes. 11th, we've got the 16 Porsche. 12th, we've got the 36 Porsche. 13th, we've got the 911 Porsche. 14th, we've got the 415 Lexus. 15th, we've got the number 2 Audi. 16th, we've got the 269 Porsche. 17th, we've got the 69 Mercedes. 18th, we've got the 991 Aston Martin, which is kind of weird. I think one of the Porsche teams would have taken that number, but that's just my Porsche bias once again. In 19th, we've got the number 56 Porsche. 20th, we've got the 934 Porsche. It is not showing what kind of car the number 74 or the number 63 is for me. That would be the McLarens, though. And 23rd, we have the number 18 Aston Martin. In 24th, we've got the 720 McLaren. Or, sorry, not McLaren, Mercedes. In 25th, we've got the 33 Mercedes. 26th, the number 6 Aston. 27th, the number 901 Aston. And rounding it out in 28th, we've got the 787 Honda.
Very well done. And please butcher their names. I get great crack out of listening to people who butcher names because normally I do it as well. But we're on to 27 likes out of 30, so 3 more to go before we do another onboard. So at the minute here, we are on now with Mr. Yannick Valenduk and still having a great race there.
Yeah,
Mazda Honda.
Absolutely. In these endurance races, as a Porsche scrapes the wall. But in these endurance races, even if you're running the back of the field, it's still you've got a good chance of getting positions. There's 10.5 hours left to go in this race. You're only hour and a half into the race. There's so much that can happen in that much time.
Oh, 100%. Like, look, even if you have a bad start to an endurance race, I said at the start when 1 or 2 cars happen to pit early, like Spank and that, 12 hours, you can easily go from last to first. The weather's going to change. It's going to keep going all over the place. The track temperature will go up. It's definitely going to go down because we'll be going down into the dark, into the late night racing. So anything can happen, and it will happen. As we're on with Luke Shaw now in that beautiful looking Porker.
Absolutely, getting a little bit sideways coming out of that corner. And speaking of getting darker as we go into the night hours, it actually seems that it's getting cloud heavy right now, cooling down that track just a little bit. It's gonna get a little bit slick. Now that they've got some rubber down, track temp's still 30 degrees, but we'll see what happens with that cloud cover.
It's definitely getting overcast, and that's going to be reminding them it was raining at the start of this race, and it could easily get raining in the next hour or so, even the next half an hour. We'll see, as it is just heavy cloud cover at the minute, as you see up in the top right corner of the screen, guys. Other than that, at the minute, it's so far been a very, very good race. And even though we are now just about an hour and a half into the 12-hour race, there still is battling going on, and there's still it's like a game of chess now. People are kind of settling down, I think, into just managing their stints, trying to maybe extend a few stints, save a pit stop or two as well. It's all about playing chess and not really showing your cards now.
Absolutely about not showing your cards, but as much as I would want to say, yeah, these teams are going to be save tires, make those stints last just a little bit longer so that we can push more at the end. Groups like this with these 2 Porsches and that Lexus, they are pushing so hard, just trying to get past one another. But I mean, hey, that's what makes it entertaining for us, right, Cole?
100%. That's what it's all about. That's what keeps us busy. And yeah, look, to be honest with you, I'm loving this because it's all down to, there's so many variables. Like if you're a super fast driver, you can't afford to drop off a few tenths. They'll be traveling quite strong, and then being able to, save yourself maybe 2 pit stops, saving up to about 1.5 minutes by the time you go down that very, very long pit road, get your stop done, fuel up, tires changed, and back out.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's a game of chess. It's picking your strategy and hoping that it plays right. There's so many different ways that teams can go. I know there's teams that'll pit on the half hour, teams that'll pit on just the hour. It just kind of depends on what the team wants to do to get that race done. As we're hopping on with the number 52. Drive through on the number 52, likely for track limits. It'll be, I believe, the first of many. I don't think we've had a drive-through on any other driver so far.
No, it's definitely a first, and that's at least about 1 minute and 20 seconds to 1.5 minutes now by the time he slows down, gets through the pits and back out. So realistically, you prefer dropping off maybe a few tenths and not getting those track limits than getting the track limits. I'd rather lose half a second in one corner than losing such a long amount of time going through those pits. Track warnings are just not worth it, especially in an endurance. That could be the make or break of a race.
Absolutely. We see him going ahead and taking that right as soon as he gets it, the soonest chance. And that is just something, especially about this track. There's so many spots that you can pick up those off tracks that'll give you a drive-through like this. This will be the first of many, many drive-throughs, as there is another penalty further down in the field. Contact coming through that last chicane again. This group of 3 drivers are putting on such a race. I mean, this is just amazing to watch.
It's absolutely brilliant. I don't think actually I mentioned to you as well, there is live stewarding with this as well. So there will be cases throughout the race where we'll see loads of penalties being applied, and we'll know why that is the case.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to know why this number 33 has picked up a penalty. It still looks like they haven't gotten a chance to repair that hood. Still a giant air brake flapping in the wind. Sorry. So we'll see if they go ahead and go and serve this penalty.
100%. That damage on the Merc, obviously, it seems to be not really mechanical, only aerodynamic, because he is absolutely balling. He was in last position, so fair play to him. Oh, a bit of contact there, but it looks with Ricardo.
Yeah, definitely contact, or should be contact. It may have just been trying to go too wide to the top and then lighting up the rear tires as he's trying to go back to the left, and might have had a loss of grip and just shot back off to the right. Thankfully, though, no damage done.
Yeah, thankfully is absolutely right. That was unbelievable.
And that is another big thing about these races. It's a race of attrition. You gotta keep yourself clean for as long as you can. You see the number 56 right on the tail of the number 52 coming through this downhill section. This is where the Porsche really shines. Lots of corners, and he's loose rear end. As we are being told in the chat that the damage on the 33 is visual.
Okay. That's good. Well, I'm glad for them, because the last thing you want to be driving down with a car that's half wrote off, but doing a phenomenal job either way.
Absolutely. All these drivers are doing a great job.
Okay, that's what it's down to. And I'm just looking there at the live timing. So if you go up to maybe up to Shaw there in 12th position, there's a bit of a battle developing between Betty, Shaw and Mackenberg, as Adam Locke, the beautiful David himself, is going into the pits. Now he, I think, double stinted, so let's see if he stays in the car. I'll keep an eye on that in the background to see, is there a driver change on that one.
Absolutely, and if there is, we may have to pull someone into the box, as it is about getting that time to hit that 2-hour mark. There will be a few drivers hopping out, so we'll have plenty of chances for interviews asking about the start of the race, seeing how drivers are dealing with the changing track conditions, as there have been, I'd say, at least 3 different track conditions: the heavy downpour at the start, the very sunny, dry, and now this overcast, which honestly would be my preferred racing conditions, that cooler track, as we get this great onboard view on the back of this Porsche. Just such close racing. Oh, and look at that beautiful logo of Simsport Racing International on the front of that one.
It's great to see it there to support the drivers. I can confirm that now it looks like the drive-through has been served for Mr. Van Horn in 23rd, who is out in 25th now, coming out of the pit slowly but surely. Adam Locke, it looks like he's staying in his car as well, so he's going to stay through this stint. So this will be quite interesting to see. We are only an hour and a half into this 12-hour endurance of Spa, and we've seen so much action. We've seen rain already, and there's so much more to come. Shaw here, though, is really putting the pressure on Betty now.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what you have to do. You have to put the pressure, force the mistake to come out, and just slip right on by. But Brady just holding steady. Hey, that rhymed. But holding steady, coming up the hill. Just not racing in your mirror. That's something that you can't afford to do. You can catch your occasional glances, check which way you need to defend. You can't just race looking in your mirror. Occasionally, you do have to look forward. It's running very wide in that 36. Lexus may be able to get him down into turn 1.
Brilliant, and we've just got confirmation there as well. Our race leader Hakla, after a stint, is up for an interview as well. So that'll be very interesting because he's had an amazing race so far, through the rain, through the dry, and still to be able to be leading. And he's pulled out quite a comfortable advantage now of 7.8 seconds currently. So Jonas Hakla is doing a great race there for RNE Teal, as the team name is called, in that Ferrari.
Oh, absolutely. I have to commemorate all these drivers within the top 3. They've been holding the exact same gap, give or take a few tenths, for the past hour that I've been in here. So all of these drivers doing a great job hitting their marks, getting through, and staying out of trouble.
And this is what it is all about. It's all about consistency, and these guys have it in massive force. At the end of the day, they've all been doing sim racing and endurance racing for quite a while, and they know each other now, and I think they're getting to know the other drivers on track as well. They know who to trust and where to fight, where to back off. And sometimes it's about having that racecraft knowledge of knowing if a fight's really worth fighting.
Oh, absolutely. If I had to say anyone knows each other very well, it'd be this group of 3 drivers right here. They've been going at it for at least half an hour now? Just back and forth. It's still all within 1 second. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's unreal driving, and it's consistency. That's the biggest thing. You hit the nail on the head there a minute ago. You were saying about the top three being pretty much the same, give or take a few tenths for the last hour or so, and that's down to being consistent. Endurance racing is pretty much about consistency. It's about pacing yourself. It's about managing the car, managing the tyres, trying to extend the stint, cut down as many pits. And yeah, they're doing a phenomenal job, and try obviously not getting as many incidents. And the biggest thing for these is going to be tyre management, be it temperatures. As the temps drop, you could easily get it wrong by putting too little PSI and losing that bit of grip as well. So they really have to be on the ball all the time. I wonder who's doing the engineering for each team. Don't forget, you have to look at this as well. We have 28 cars in here with a minimum of about 3 drivers in each car. It's a huge amount of drivers, and there's a huge amount of work and preparation that goes on, not just by the SSRI team to set up these events, to have the broadcast from Tom in, obviously having us in chatting away and all the viewers being able to enjoy this, but these drivers put in hours upon hours of practice, be it setup work, be it strategy, be it pit stop work, everything. It's absolutely phenomenal to see this. People might think gaming's game, and this is esports. People, it is real racing. You're sitting in your rig, you're giving it everything, you're sweating, you're feeling the emotion. It's absolutely amazing what these guys do. And Anthony Terhorst is in the pits as we speak.
Yep, coming in for, I would assume, a scheduled pit stop. It is right about that time. As many drivers did come in at around that half-hour mark to switch to dry tires, having to switch up their strategy that they've had to spend so much time on. But that's just the thing with endurance racing, is you don't know what's going to happen. There's so many different variables and only so many things you can control. You can only control where your car is placed, how cleanly you drive, and the strategy that you put forth. We saw an amazing overtake down into turn 1 by the number 911. This Lexus 415 is trying to get by the 36 as well. I didn't know if there was an issue with the 36s. They went very, very wide into turn 1 as the 415 just slips right by.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Mackenberg, for me, has been very impressive in that Lexus. That's funny, in the YouTube chat, Amanda's saying that anytime he calls her brother Mike, he's on the rig. So it goes to show just how much time these guys really do put into it. It takes an awful lot to get up at the top tier in the tyre echelon, and even at the mid pack as well. It's you don't just walk in and be able to do the times that they're doing. It takes a lot of preparation as well. So fair play to everyone who's watching, be it on TikTok or on YouTube. Don't be forgetting, guys, 2 more likes and we can do the next onboard. There's 33 is in the YouTube. Smash the like button. Let's get to 30 and let's get another on board. And guys, while we're waiting for it to hit the 30, get in your votes now who you'd love to see that on board with. And let's give a bit of love for Tom Vandermeer, who is doing the broadcast in the background. Let's share the love and see the love there.
Absolutely, just doing such a great job. with the broadcast. Once again, I am so happy that I can just sit back and watch and commentate on the race. It is so nice just to sit here as we have a very busy pit lane currently. Lots of drivers coming in, getting those new sticker excessive tires. Always nice to come out onto the track on fresh rubber. We may be seeing our first few driver changes. There may be drivers going in for a triple possibly.
Yeah, because the first stop onto dries was probably halfway through, you might see a few people extended us into maybe 2.5 hours in terms of how long they're in the car before swapping over. Because there's no point really going out on dries for half an hour. You're not really utilising that stint, so they might extend it by half an hour each, I'd say.
Absolutely. I think that's why we're seeing so many drivers come in now, because they did have that first stop half an hour in to get off those wets with that very, very quickly drying track. And just looking up in the top right, even with all this overcast, the track is staying at the same temperature. So I was wrong. It did not cool off any. But we do have a huge pack all on the straightaway right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 different cars all together on the straightaway. Just a huge group of cars.
Yeah, it's a lovely mix to see. And we actually have lost 1 degree air temperature. Track temperature stayed at 30, but the air temperature has definitely dropped a degree now. So we might start to see this cooling off, starting slowly but surely to affect the drivers and affect the tyres in terms of how they are keeping their heat and working. But look, it could be a little bit more before the track starts dropping.
Absolutely, but it seems like this Lexus right here is having a great late run speed. Passing the first number 36 Porsche, as we've got another drive-through on the number 991 as the 911 hops into the pits. I would assume that drive-through, since they're coming out of pit lane, they may have hit their pit limiter button, turned it off just a split second too early.
That is very, very tough, and the 10 seconds is still on Van der Kraan. So that has not been served as of yet. Looking there as well, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people in the pits at present, but I'm just looking at Hakkila. He's now pulled up to 9.1, 9.2 seconds on Philippa. So Hakkila is absolutely flying it still at this part of the race. So Jonas out in front, you know, just doing unbelievably. You can't say anything else other than he's absolutely doing brilliant. To hell and back written on the back of the car as well, and I think he's on the way to heaven here at the minute, enjoying the stint. He's really he's come to his own here now, especially in the dry. In the way he was sitting patiently, the minute it's dried out, he really has just turned it to a different level. And I'm sure as the race goes on, things can change, stints can change once drivers change as well. But interestingly, the fastest lap is still Spanklink. So the track hasn't really gotten any faster. It's still a 2:18.745 at present on this one.
Absolutely. Well, and that's the thing, is you may not want to go for that fastest lap, if I'm being honest. You may just want to save those tires, run the race. As you said, Hakkila, he's amazing race, not putting the hammer down too hard. Like you said, once he got onto those dry tires, just absolutely able to hold pace, doing an amazing job, holding that 9-second gap, pulling out just a few more seconds, a few more tenths on the end of this stint, I believe. I think it's been a minute since he has pit. I will double check on that if I'm able to.
Absolutely. So why was Mike in the pits? I think there was a driver change there as well. So Tom, would you mind jumping onto car 333 for me? I want to give Matty a shout out there. He is an absolutely phenomenal driver. I've known Matty for quite a time now, and he actually helped me kind of get into doing deliveries a bit as well. The guy is an absolute legend on track, super fair racer, and I think this Aston's really going to suit him here. He's going to be absolutely flying. So watch this car 333 now with his teammates Mike and Chris as well. They're going to start really pushing up through this order now. Mike's done a great stint. Now don't forget the guys ahead haven't really pit, so this car will be sitting back up in about 5th, 6th position, and I can only imagine just how more they're going to get. Like, it's such a solid team here. They mightn't have the outright pace of the likes of Hakkila, Philippi, or even Tubby, but consistency of these drivers in this team here, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Team Ami do by the end of this race at about midnight tonight.
Absolutely. And actually, looking back up to the top of that field, it looks like Philippi has been able to knock off a second that Akela has gotten. I'm seeing a few different times between my two different screens that I've got time on. It's showing 7.7 on the stream, and it just has changed over. Yeah, so 7.6 is the time that I'm getting, so knocking off a second and a half. Looks like Philippi might be pushing, trying to finish off that stint very hard. Get as much time down.
And I'm thinking Spenklink must have heard me. He's after doing a 28 or 2 minute 18.587. I'd say his stint is coming to an end soon enough, and he's obviously starting to really amp it up now, which is great to see that as well. As you say, Tubby's in the pits there as well. To be honest with you, at this stage of the race, I'm going to try and do a prediction for the top 3 teams or cars by numbers of who I think is going to be in the top 3. And Liam, I'm going to ask you to do the same, and it's going to be very interesting at the end to see how off we are.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Once again, race of attrition. So who are you going with for your top 3?
I'm going to go 7 to win it, 169 in second, and 333 gets up to third.
I like that gamble. You know, gamble on Matt Gamble. I'll have to agree with you on that number 7 getting that top spot. You know, I love the 169. Their driver so far has been blistering, but the thing is, we've got to look and we've got to wait and see what these other drivers are doing. So I'm gonna put 7,990, and we'll throw a wild card. We'll throw that 416 up in there.
Oh, I like it. That's a nice one. Interesting. That's a very interesting one there as well as this race progresses. I'm sure, Tom, if you want to give us your 3 as well, we'll let the crowd know as well. And just want to read through the chats there. So I can see there, where am I now?
Yeah, Amanda's saying the 794 and the 333.
Okay, so the 94, you reckon? That's a very interesting one, Amanda. I like it, and I think 333 can get a podium here today. I really do think so. And the knowledge within says they love the stream, great job. To be honest with you, I think we're only doing the talking. That's all down to Mr. Tom running the stream, doing a great job, I think. No, something I forgot all about that. And so Tom's after saying 74 is a great contender for it, and absolutely, because don't forget, he started in the pit at the start of this race because he had to go in. He did start in second though, so by the way, he did qualify second, Liam. We forgot all about him.
Oh yeah, that is blistering car. Okay, I'll change my order around then. I'll put I love the 416, but sorry, I got to knock you guys off, unfortunately. So we're going 7. We'll put the 74 in front of the 333. Okay. And Amanda's after saying that's her husband. So is car 94 your husband, the driver that's in it now? So, look, to be honest with you, I'm going to stick to me guns. I really know how good Spanklink is. He's probably going to make me eat me words, but I'm going to stick with 7 from 169 from 333. There we have it. Sounds good to me. We're only one more like away from doing an on-board, guys. So get the like smashed. There's 31 people watching. That means at least 2 of you haven't hit that like button. What are you doing? What's the crack with that? Get it done so we can do another on-board. And we have now P3, P4, and P5 in the pits by the looks of it there now. So, and P6, so everybody's jumping in. This is now the crossover. Guys, an absolutely great time to try and get an onboard with fresh tyres. Get that button smashed. Get in here. Let's have the crack. And also let us know what cars you want. I'm going to vote for the 333 anyway. Oh yeah, I'd love either the 333 or the 74. Hear that Maca sound that you were talking about. Oh yeah, the Mac actually does sound so good. Now we have our drivers exiting the pits. Drivers slow up at the top of the hill. I believe that's the number 2, if I'm seeing that correct. Absolutely. I just want to make it clear though really quick. Chris Martin is not the lead singer from Coldplay. This is actually just a normal driver. I just want to say that. Thank you for the clarification on that, Horace. But yeah, the number 2 Audi, they've seemed to have a few issues through this stint. Likely having those shot tires from that slide earlier coming through the top of the hill, the chicane coming down. But coming towards the end of the stint, trying to push just a little bit. Lots of drivers coming in pitting. I'll be excited to see who all decides to pull a double stint or a triple stint. Sorry, hitting that 2.5 hours roughly, and who all decides to just go ahead and do their driver swap.
Interesting. Definitely interesting. I'm looking here. So Amanda said 333 4 times. It confused me with all the threes. I'm Irish. Don't be confused me like that. We're on board now with Hakla, who's now in the pits. Who is going to be taking over, or is he going to try a third stint?
Absolutely, and I do believe that in the number 7 Porsche we have had a driver change as well in that one.
Yeah, that's Chris Martinson in Paradise driving around there now. Let me have a look here now. So gap boys, it's so hard to know who's fighting who, but Van der Linden is fighting with Gamelin. It is at the minute there, 0.6 of a second off each other. Team Abbey's getting support big time here at the minute. So I think we should do the on board with Team Abbey, Tom. We're on 30 likes. Everyone's saying Team Abbey. So the car 333, I think, should get a bit of a watch here. So no pressure on the young Matthew Gamble. This guy from Northern Ireland is ridiculous. He drives with the ping of being on Mars, but he's absolutely amazing. So as we come around to the start straight, we'll jump on to the onboard as we are now. We're going to stop for a minute or two. We might get 2 laps in here. Just sit back and enjoy Matty Gamble in this Aston. Now, don't say you're not being spoiled with those will be on board laps, guys. And Tom's spoiling you with both views as well. What a dude. But yeah, honestly, what racing. It's just unbelievable. Matty's doing a phenomenal job, and he's a very adaptive driver. He normally drives the BMW. He's been driving the Ferrari of late, the Macca and other things. He's just able to jump in and be fast off the bat. So great to have that there as we jump on now with Van der Linden.
Absolutely
Porsche
coming
was
through.
dodgy.
Little Porsche way on the inside, giving him a chance to get a run up onto Gamillan. The words maybe, but yeah, very slow in that Porsche.
He's a leader. I don't understand what's going on.
I believe we were being told damage to the front, so there may be something broken on the suspension. Maybe a wheel issue, possibly driving way off the track. Huge loss of control with the car pulling off the side. Having to reset the car.
Oh no!
That is the last thing that you would like to see in a race like this.
That breaks the Baba Heart in me. Breaks the Baba Heart, but now look at that. 169 is back into the lead with number 7 in second. 94 is in third position. So 94 is doing an amazing job. 999 doing great. Matty Gamble back up into 6th. Van Melis is in, if I got his name right. This is getting interesting. The fastest lap spanking up in 7th spot. It's an absolute mad lad. Last lap at 2:18.557. He's absolutely flying out there. We're 47 laps in with just under 2 hours done of this 12-hour event, and
Absolutely.
So far it's been unbelievable.
And someone in chat saying it looks like it could have been fuel for that number 416.
Yeah, but he missed the pit lane like there was no tomorrow, so I don't think it was that.
Yeah, so stuck in gear. Yeah, Nicholas DeSantis saying possible fuel as well. Unfortunate thing to have happen, overshoot your idea of fuel, your estimation of how many laps, how much time you can get. Or just hoping that you can squeeze out one more lap when you really can't. Having to say, thinking that you're saving, but not, just barely missing it, because it looks like he ran out right in that lower section.
Yeah, it's a very tough one, that, to be honest about it. It's look, it is what it is. It's just one of these things that happens in racing, and sometimes there can be issues, be it with the car itself, fueling, or with the rig setup or anything like that as well. But it's great to see they're still going to try and get back out into it. I know they're still in the pits at the minute, hopefully fixing the issue, maybe getting a driver change done. Actually, they won't get a driver change done because they warped back in, so I don't know. Look, they'll hopefully get back going. It's still a long way to go, but still no movement from that Porsche sitting in the pits. Just to let you know, car 169 is now 15.5 seconds clear, so Jay Mead is gonna make Chris Martin write a few more songs, I think, after this one.
Absolutely, just that driver change, being able to get that pace back down, get used to the car, check, get the environment, understand what the car's doing with the way that the track is currently, and just having a slightly better pit stop, getting out faster. That 169 is able to just grow that lead. 94 a lot closer to the number 7 than they were before the pit stop.
Yeah, it's definitely, I know it's early to really get excited yet, but I can't help it. Just how things are starting to shape up. You're seeing guys really. I'm just going to run through one thing for you actually really quick. So I'm looking at statistics here, okay? So realistically, it's telling me that Spentlick is down 5 positions, but realistically, he started the race in the pits. So when you look at it from that point of view, starting from the pit lane is unbelievable. The biggest loser is Engelhardt now, who's down 15 positions. Going to be down 17. Let's just be realistic by the time they get it sorted. The biggest winner, other than Spentlick, obviously, is Jay Mahali in 18th position, up 8 positions, which is phenomenal. So it doesn't matter whether you start at the back, midfield, or at the top. There's always something to be playing for. And another thing, who do you think had the fastest pit stop so far?
Just guessing off of the way that it has come back out, I believe it would be either the 169 or I think either 9th or 10th with the 221 or the 16. But we do have another fastest lap set by our leader, a 118.2.
Wow.
Absolutely
Unbelievable.
monster lap.
And the fastest pit is a joint one, 31 seconds stopped, and that is for M. Novak, who's sitting in 19th position, and for A. Crawford in 4th position. Just random facts. The fastest car, another random fact I'm going to throw at you, is E. De Hong, 273 in the speed trap. Just say ROR.
Absolutely flying.
Oh, Amanda has to go. She's got to go now. I'm off to my nephew's birthday, but back on later. Good luck, everyone. Amanda, have a great time at the party and try as much cake as you can. We're back on now with Van der Linden here.
And Gimlin. I don't know how to say that name. American pronunciation. But grabbed the curb coming through Eau Rouge down at the bottom. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, see how loose that car was.
Absolutely. I want to call him Gremlin, but I know that's mean, so we call him Dominic. His first name is Dominic.
Yeah, that makes it much easier. instead of having me question my pronunciation every single time.
That's me on a daily basis.
Yeah, just so nice to see these two cars still so close, the 36 and the 911.
Unbelievable. With Van Karen is in the pits, by the way, and Petrovic's, and unfortunately Engelhardt still hasn't got going yet.
Well, I have a question in the chat. I'll let you answer this one. Is Oliver Anderson the greatest driver of all time?
Absolutely not. He's an amazing driver, but he's not the greatest of all time. The greatest of all time is Pastor.
All right. Here's that replay that I was talking about. Coming down the hill, side by side, really tough to do that. Just going, grabs a lot of curb on the inside. It must, very loose coming up the top. Good catch, though, in that car.
So I was going to say the greatest driver of all time is Pastor Maldonado and Nicholas Latifi joint. You can't get better than them, lads. I don't care what you say. And they're saying the greatest steward, maybe. Fair. He is a good steward, mate.
And we do have Olka sitting in the waiting room. If we can pull him up, I will get him in here. Welcome to the box, Mr. Holka. How was that first stint for you today?
Hello. Thank you for the welcome. And the first stint was, I can't really complain. The rain was interesting. It was fun to drive in the rain. I always enjoy some rain. I don't know. I don't think our setup is the best setup for it. I think it works better in the dry.
I was going to say that you came alive in the dry. Now, even in the rain, it looked like you were more just pacing yourself than anything else. I think you were just settling in, waiting for it to dry, because the minute it dried up, mate, you've been in your own kind of, just in the zone. You've been just beating out the laps and really pushing on, which is great to see. But how was it for you? So you were, after saying there that, you didn't have the greatest of setups, but how did you adapt to that, and what did you need to do? How were the tyres feeling? Was there any overheating in the tyres? Kind of give the viewers and us as well an understanding of how the track is.
The tires were pretty okay in the rain. I didn't do much pressure changes from the setup. I just let it be as it was, and for the start of the race. And the pressures came just about where you want them to be in the rain, around the 29 psi. And just tried to settle to it. Tried to see what the car does in certain places. The curbs were, surprisingly enough, not as slippy as I would have expected them to be. So the curbs weren't that dangerous to go on during the wet there, which took me by surprise at least. But as soon as I noticed that, I started utilizing it as well to gain some lap time. Luca, who was leading in the Porsche at the start as well, he had some good pace through there, but we started catching up. And well, it's a team. We are familiar with the drivers from that team as well, so we just did a bit of communication and thought, let's not hold up each other, let's just get on with it. And he graciously let me pass as well. I pulled about a 2-second gap probably, and it pretty much stayed there for the rest of the wet.
Yeah, no, you've been absolutely brilliant and super consistent now. And now with your teammate in the car, Mead, he seems to be absolutely flying out there also. How strong are the other drivers in the team compared to you? Where would you rank in terms of speed and consistency?
Yeah, James and I are very much close in pace and consistency. We were literally before qualifying as well, just thinking we should do quali. You know, I don't think it matters that much which of us is in the car. So me and James both are pretty much there in the pace. Then our third teammate Robin Hulleman, he's had a bit less time to practice for this one, I'm afraid. So he's still consistent, but the lap time is still is not quite there. It's about, you know, but he's still very much close enough. He's a good friend of mine, so he won't mind me saying.
Nice.
Yeah, and I just had a question. So about the rain, you know, that only lasted 30 minutes. Everybody had to shortstop, you know, only have a 30-minute stint at the start. How are you guys adjusting those pit strategies and, you know, your driver stints to go with that? Are you extending? Are you shortening? How is that changing for you guys?
Well, as of now, we're just trying to run out the stint timer as far as we can. And last stint, I got into the pits with less than a minute left on the stint, so I think we did that pretty well. At the start, obviously we didn't know how long. Well, we did see that it was gonna dry up at some point after 30 minutes, but we weren't able to see really, is it gonna rain after that again? What's gonna happen? So we just went with a full race distance in the tank, and so it's the safest way to proceed, gives us the most options to go for.
Absolutely.
So as of now, we're just gonna keep doing that, and when we get closer to the end, we'll then see if we need to take some stints with less fuel. But yeah, I think it's looking all right now.
Absolutely. And when's your next stint?
I'm expecting, well, after James, we're putting Robin in the car, and after that, probably me again. So I'll probably be on about 2 hours, 2.5.
Nice, not too bad at all. And I just have another question for you as well. Out of all the drivers out there, who do you think is going to give you the hardest time come, say, another 9.5 hours time coming into the last half an hour of the race? Who are you expecting to be fighting?
Number 94 looks very quick right now, especially in the dry. It's very difficult to say. We haven't yet seen all the drivers of each team in their cars, so many things can still change at the moment. We started off pretty strong, but yeah, we'll see how it evolves. But yeah, car 94 looks pretty strong. Car 7 definitely is a contender as well, the Porsche. So we'll just see what happens.
Absolutely, and we did just see that pass by the 94 on that 7. So, my last question from me, going back to that change between the rain and the dry, how was that quick change? Because it was a really, really, really fast transition between having full wet track to absolutely dry. So who made the call on that for you to come in? Was it a driver call, a team call, or how'd you go about that?
Well, each lap we were pretty much discussing it within the team all the time. Should we come in this lap? Because the final few laps on the wet tires were starting to get very hot, and yeah, I was just looking for every puddle I could find to cool them down in. But we also wanted to, we didn't want to get on the dries too quick, because if we're forced to drive with those on low pressure for too long, that's just gonna ruin the tires for the rest of the stint. So it's better to sort of ruin the tires at the end of a stint rather than on the start of one. So we were just trying to push the wet tires as far as we dared, and yeah, when we eventually pit, I think it was the right call to come in. Then we did get undercut by car 7 in that instance, but I think it was still the correct call. A few laps after we came out on the dries, the tires were still a bit under pressured, but as the track kept on drying, we got to the good pressures and got the pace down. So I think all in all in this transition we were quite successful, but it's Spa, it might still rain later on.
Absolutely. I'm excited to watch you guys the rest of this race. Horse, any more questions from you?
No, it's just thanks very much for giving us such a great opening as well. With the fighting at the start was phenomenal in the rain. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what your teammates do and you coming back in. But you have a bit of a nice buffer at the minute. You're now 20 seconds clear of car 94. But obviously that can change depending if it does go back wet and if you don't have an ideal wet setup. You know, we could be looking at a nice little mix-up and you could be back in with the mix of fighting with the guys again.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But I've enjoyed it thus far, at least.
Brilliant. Well, look, we'll let you go and I suppose get a bit of a rest in. Thank you so much for coming in, and don't be afraid to come back later on and get your teammates to come in as well. And if anyone's watching or any of the racers who are in watching after their stints, come in and say hello as well. This has been a quick interview there with Jonas Hakila, who has done probably the rainmeister of all things by going consistent in the rain, getting on the dry tyres and really showing his dominance on the track. So well done.
Thanks for the kind words, and thanks for having me. I'll see you later.
Cheers, my man. Yeah, so Liam, honestly, very humble driver there as well. Very honest answers and actually very good information for us as well to understand what's been going on with the track. And so he was saying about his setup, and that's why he wasn't really attacking on the wet, is because their wet setup isn't really there. Their setup for the dry obviously really works.
Absolutely. You know, just seeing them fly, pulling out that gap on the number 94 Ferrari. It seems like the number 7's dropped back just a little bit. Maybe having a slightly more mixed setup to where they can run in that rain just a little bit better. But the number 94 as well, taking that fastest lap. I did have the fastest lap time for a while. I believe it was a 2:18.28. So shaving off 9 thousandths of a second to steal the fastest lap.
On another level here at the minute. It's only 53 laps in and we're seeing a massive change in the speed. Our air temperature's gone back up to 24 degrees, by the way, as well. So there's not really been any drop in track temp or in air temp. It's an optimum track, pretty much no wind out there, still cloud cover, so the guys can really huckle down now and get going. And Zampardi is doing a great job, but we're on now with Van Dorn, who's only 0.3 of a second off Hayes Jr. here, and then behind them is 7 seconds clear of Vidigo. So at the minute, this is a great little battle. They can focus on each other and not worry about defending.
Absolutely. Just see that speed that the Mercedes can get with that toe from the Porsche. Going around the outside, going to have the slightly more optimal line coming up to here. But the Porsche holding the inside, but still forcing the way through. The Mercedes goes. Beautiful blue and purple paint scheme.
That is textbook overtaken after that long straight. Absolutely love to see it there. But they are getting blue flagged now. As you see the faster cars coming through, we're going to see Van Doren, and it's mad to think 2 hours in, 10th place could be getting blue flagged now. So the guys out in front are absolutely in a different world right now with the race leader right behind.
Absolutely, and as they were saying, that setup just giving them an amazing run. Now on board with the 34 of De Jong, just right in the middle between, or just barely behind Mr. Matty Gamble, 1.8 seconds back, trying to catch up with our, possibly biased favorite driver, because that's who we know, that's who we love, that's who we race with. But just amazing race so far. These drivers are doing a great job, like you said, coming up to 10th place, getting lapped. So that number 169 just absolutely on rails.
Absolutely, they're in another level at the minute, but we'll be doing a rain dance later on to mix it up again. But at the minute here, De Jong is doing a great job. Matty Gamble, though, consistent as ever, and I know he makes any car he's in like a truck if you're trying to get by. He knows exactly where to place the car. He's a very intelligent racer, as is Ban Van Mellis ahead there, Crawford, Martins and Pardy, Mead and everyone else on track. They all have their wits about them. We haven't really seen any silly overtakes because guys know in an endurance, it's not like a sprint where you're on the limit and wanting to get by. You know you can make that place up even at the pit stops by pitting a lap early, the normal, or pushing your stint out that bit longer. So yeah, for me, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the race goes as it keeps developing. And this battle here for Matty in the car 333 will be good, but we're back on with Dennis Kroll. That is definitely a visual glitch now. So Dennis Kroll does not have a raw off looking car. There's no way at this stage he does, as we're on board there. And you can see that Merc just in the toe there. This super fast left-hander heading up now towards the bus stop, getting on the brakes just at that white line. If you dare go a little bit later, the likes of the Porsche can. The Mercedes brakes may not be as effective. The Aston, you can go a little bit past that white line, all right. But look at this, the Mercedes, it's just in a different world, taking a much cleaner line. Has the outside as well, and to be honest with you, I think he's going to brake slightly later and go for it. No, he's not. He's going to try the switchback by the looks of it, but I don't think the switchback is strong enough here at T1, but at least he'll have the toe coming down through Eau Rouge.
Absolutely. I mean, he tried that switchback coming through the last corner, which allowed him to get side by side for that T1, but unfortunately taking away that optimum line by sticking that Aston Martin right on the inside line. Weeda doing a great job of defending from Kroll. Just great toe though for that Mercedes. Going to get an amazing braking line coming up the hill. See how defensive Kroll, or how offensive Kroll can get. Sorry.
Yeah, Weeda done the great thing there. He made it look like he was going into the centre, but he just kept it enough to the left where he wasn't giving Kroll that opening, and now he has Kroll right behind. But Kroll had an amazing run through Rouge there. I don't know if you've seen that. He had a much better entrance into it, and the exit is what gave him that bit of a extra boost to be that close.
Absolutely, and that's all that this track is about, is getting those runs through those long sections. There's so many important corners that you need to have. You know, exit through T1, and I believe it's T15 coming up onto that back stretch, coming up to the final chicane. There's so many different important spots. You got to hit all of your marks to keep a car, such as Mr. Dennis Kroll, behind during just one lap around this, and you know we're already 50, 60 some odd laps in. 56 laps, I believe, is what we are currently at. And it's just keeping those drivers behind, but also not going so defensive that you cause your own mistake and damage to your car. But here we go, Kroll getting an amazing exit out of that corner. Probably going to tuck into that toe, try again at that final chicane.
He's a lot closer this time around. It is going to be down to the bravery of how late you dare brake. I think the Aston will have the bones on him on the braking, but it's all down to the skill of the driver. The Aston leaves it very late there. It's going to definitely run wide.
Absolutely running wide, but still getting that apex and forcing that Mercedes and another Aston. I don't know if that's
that's Matty Gamble.
Matty Gamble getting in the middle of that. He's going to get through here in a very skilled manner. And right behind him, De Jong and that other Aston, you know, coming through these blue flag situations. Both sets of these drivers are racing, trying to get those positions through.
Absolutely. And another great line through there, but he's a lot further back this time. He will get a bit of a toe, but I don't think he's going to be as close as he was last time around there with that one there, as obviously Eric Young now is attacking away Matty Gamble there. Yeah, doing a great job.
Absolutely, and that is the thing about these endurance races, is getting that lapping traffic that can break up a battle so quickly. But here we go, we already see that Mercedes is right back onto the back of that that Aston Martin.
Yeah, on with Eric Young here now, who is attacking his way with Matty Gamble. He's gotten very close now to him. I have a feeling Aston versus Aston, this can go anyway.
Absolutely, two cars that can be made very, very wide, especially if driven the right way. You know, you can place them so well, knowing Matty Gamble, he's going to place it the best way. He's going to do everything he can to not damage his car, but also keep Eric behind.
Absolutely. And Eric's done a great job. He's been consistently faster over that, as we now have both battles going on, and they're literally on the same piece of track, but it's nice to be able to watch both battles like this as well, thanks to Tom Van Meer doing an absolutely great job in the background as always. Yeah, but it's much closer here between Kroll and Weeda. Kroll and Weeda now.
Kroll trying to take an inside line before that corner, giving up his chance to get the run up here into the final chicane. A little bit further back, so they'll both be able to get good lines. Kroll's going to be trying to optimize everything he can to try to get a run up to T1.
100%. Wow, this is just unbelievable.
Absolutely mental, these drivers. But that's what you have to be a good endurance driver. Is you have to be on rails, pushing, not necessarily pushing, but on the limit the entire time, keeping your car together. Although we do see the fun visual glitch on Mr. Kroll's car, but just absolutely sending it. Great line up through Rouge and Radion. Kroll a lot closer this time. He's going to get the toe all the way down the straightaway. We'll see how Weeda places that Aston Martin, pulling over to the right side, taking away that apex, but Kroll may just send it around the outside. Can't quite get it done, but has the inside line through this corner, still side by side. Weeda has the inside line on this one, keeps it in front for one more lap. So close, so close. These two drivers doing a good job, almost touching, and touching there, sending Weedle sideways.
Oh, don't stop in the middle of the track like that. I know he's going to try and let him by, but no, he's not now. He's gone. He might let him by though, but yeah, the last thing you want to be doing is stopping right on that racing line mid-corner. That could have caused huge incidents, but fair play. He got out in time, he realised what's going on, and have a feeling he's going to let that car by. Let's see. Does he let Weeda by?
Just pushing a little bit too hard through that long sweeping right-hander. You know, it can get very easy just to let off the brake and try to let the car roll. But if the other car's, you know, slowing down a little bit to get it to get their car to rotate a little bit more, I know it can be hard to get that Aston to rotate. Both of those cars being front engine, the Mercedes and the Aston, can be a little bit hard to get the rotation out. But you know, we'll see him let Weedle by.
Absolutely, he's doing great, and just I hope everyone is enjoying this stream. Tom is working so hard in the background there, along with Liam. You're doing an awesome job with comms as well, guys. And just don't forget, this is round 4 of the SSRI Endurance Series, and it's the 12-hour, obviously, of Spa, which you're seeing. Just to let you know, our next race is in Silverstone on September the 9th, and it's a 10-hour of Silverstone, which is going to be absolutely awesome. And just to hype up one thing as well, we have on November the 11th the 24 hours of Kyalami, which is a charity event as well, if I remember right. We done the charity stream last year with them as well, and they raised over €7,000 as well for Against Cancer, which is a charity that helps out children, obviously, who are in very tough situations. So there's loads to be looking forward to here with other races in between.
Absolutely, very, very excited to see those races. But also talking about time in general, we're getting to that time, that 2.5 hour mark. We're 10 minutes away from that, and you know, we're going to be seeing most drivers, if they haven't already done a driver change, will likely be swapping out. I know, especially on a track like Spa, your left knee can get very, very tired with how much braking you're having to do. You know, you're having to drag it a lot through a couple of these corners. It's just very, very, very precise braking. You're not going 100% all the way around here all the time.
I can give you a nice useful bit. So on looking at the stints that everyone's on at the minute, so S. Lekins is on 57 minutes, will have to pit soon. Valenduk is on an hour and 7 minutes of a stint. He'll definitely be pitting soon. And everyone else is between half an hour to 45 minutes. So we still have at least another 20-25 minutes before there's a massive change or shake up in pits, unless someone obviously has a major incident or a flat or something like that.
Absolutely. It's just looking forward and getting excited for those pit stops, because that's when everybody starts to group up and we get those big packs like we did earlier of 8, 9, 10 cars. That's when the magic happens here in endurance racing.
Oh, 100%. And look at the magic happening here, because Kroll is back fighting with Weeda. This time Weeda's sticking to the inside line, which is the smart thing to do. It's a defensive line, and then he needs to keep to the inside. Oh.
Running just barely too wide. He's probably going to be beating himself up over that, I know. I get quite frustrated when I do something like that.
That was Crow's Christmas coming there. There's nothing better when you're chasing the car down, though, and you see something like that happen, you're like, ah, yes. Just get an easy overtake.
Absolutely. And this time he doesn't have to slow up because he did not push Mr. Wida off track.
No, not at all. And so Matthew Gamble has pulled back the gap between him and Young now to about 1.5 seconds. Now Matthew Gamble is catching Van Mellis now here. So Matthew Gamble could be looking at a 5th position soon enough the way he's going. He's about 2 seconds off and catching.
Absolutely. And we've got this battle right here, less than half a second between Higgins and Derek, right? I believe is the driver of the 911. If I can remember his first name right, because we gave up on pronouncing his last name.
Oh, where are we? I'll go back to him now. Is he still in it? Oh, he is in it. That is Dominic.
Dominic, sorry, not Derek.
Yeah.
Dominic. Too many new names to learn. I'm getting there.
It's grand.
But yeah, very, very nice to see these drivers coming down. We've got the Aston Martin and the Porsche, so in this section, the Porsche is going to pull out just a little bit. But depending on the exits that they get, the Aston very well could get a good run. Good run coming up.
Absolutely. He's doing a great job there. And look, Daniel here, I think at the end of the day, is being very patient as well. Like the Aston here, you're going to see just a much better drive on that straight line. And I reckon this move could be done before we get to the corner. Although he looks a bit further back than I thought.
Absolutely. Could have gone for the inside line there. He's just going to stay tucked up behind, try to get that cut coming out of the chicane, maybe try to get a run up to turn 1. But we'll just have to wait and see how this develops.
100%. And yeah, so A Young now is actually right behind Matthew Gamble again as I say that. So Matthew Gamble's about 2.3 off Van Mellis, and then Hong now is only 0.6 off him. Yellow flag on Adam Locke, so Adam Locke might be having a bit of an issue there. It's only after coming off there, so I wonder what happened there as Higgins now is catching up with Dominic there, and we're on now with Stephen Lenkins, who is in this battle with Wida and Kroll. And that's a gorgeous looking livery on that Aston.
Absolutely gorgeous livery as well, like you said. But yeah, coming up, making these three-way battles. We seem to have a lot of these today. You know, 2 cars start fighting, and then lap times slow down just a little bit, and that's when the car following puts the hammer down. As we see the 787 coming out from the pit stop, so the first one of this cycle. As he's coming out 25th, just behind. Or not quite just behind, but behind the number 6. Kind of out by himself right now. Seeing a few cars pull up behind him. Beautiful, like you said, beautiful car, the Mazda Honda.
It's a bit of a brain tease, that one, isn't it? It reminds me, there's another one where there's I think it's a Porsche that's dressed up as a Ferrari or something like that. It's something really weird.
Oh, that's we just need to make all the cars, give them random liveries. You know, give the Porsche a Ferrari look design. Hope that Ferrari doesn't give us a cease and desist for putting a Lamborghini design.
Well, that's why I love the creativeness of doing liveries, and that's why I've even done a video for people on how to make liveries, and I've offered all the free meshes and links to software and that as well, just because livery design is so much fun and anybody can do it. If I can do it, anyone can do it.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, I did my own, so if I can make a, you know, I had my Pepe the Frog Porsche for one season, then switched to my Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Porsche.
Nice.
Just got to do the little fun things, you know. Gotta have a few memes here and there. I enjoy being the funny car that everybody looks at, but you know, it still gives something.
Absolutely. I remember a lad called Jurglis has my favourite Porsche livery, the Prison Mike livery. Absolutely love it. If you ever watched The American Office, obviously, if you've never watched The American Office, that will go over your head. But Prison Mike livery is hilarious.
Absolutely. And just after watching the timing screen, I saw the 787 falling down 2 positions. So I don't know what pack he is running with, but it seems that the cars that were coming out after him in the pits seem to have caught up.
100%. And Van Drunen and Jay Mahali are both joined, gaining 10 positions from the start of this 12-hour endurance race here in Spa. And we are on now 2.5-hour mark, just coming into it now, 9 hours and 31 minutes remaining of this 12-hour event. 28 teams, about 3, 4, maybe 5 drivers in some teams each. So we're talking the guts of 80-odd drivers. It's such a great event here. And don't forget, SSRI is open to anybody. As I stated a while ago, we do have a charity endurance later on in the year, the 24-hour of Kyalami. I don't know if they've chosen the charity on that one yet, but we raised 7,000 last year for against cancer, and that money goes then obviously towards children who are in a tough place. So definitely stick around for that. Our next endurance race in the endurance series is not till September. There will be a bit of a break for that, and that is the 10 hours of Silverstone. But there's always league racing and all going on in between. There's still so many other events here. So guys, if you're only watching or come across this stream for the first time and you do a bit of racing, jump in and get involved. And even if you don't race, there'll be jobs doing commentary with ourselves. You're more than welcome to jump in, broadcasting, admin, stewarding. There's so much there. So there's something for everybody.
And back to the race, absolutely huge move by the 74, getting the job done before the braking zone. Great job by that car, not having the fastest lap anymore, unfortunately, but still going at a blistering pace up to 11th position. Got a 12-second gap now to get to Van der Linden. Absolutely going to smash that time down.
Yeah, the 720S Evo has just become an absolute beast of a car since they've done that there. It's unbelievable. It's for me, one of the best cars in the game at the minute. Obviously, I drive the 992 myself, but the McLaren GT3 Evo is just unbelievable, up there with the Lamborghini.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's a very, very nice sounding car. Allegedly, I have yet to hear it since the updates, since my starting days not so long ago. But you know, just amazing racing so far. Just being able to see these drivers, you know, find the speed in the track where we may not, you know, usually see speed, or finding more speed than we may expect.
Absolutely, but this is what it's all about. It's about finding those gaps and pushing themselves, and the more they do it, as he's got by Matthew Gamble, by the way, guys. And Matthew Gamble's about 0.6 off him now. So let's see, can Matthew catch back up with him there? So that was a long overtake in the making for Young. Over the course of the stint of being about half an hour now at this stage.
Absolutely, and now they're chasing down that yellow Ferrari, Melis. And they've been chipping away slowly at that gap. I believe it, 14 seconds originally, the gap? If I remember correctly.
You're correct, and it's sticking in around the 2.5 second mark, which it's been now for the last at least 10 minutes or so. So, look, I think Van Melis is just in a nice rhythm as well now. Yeah, I think De Jong and Matthew Gamble are playing a consistent game instead of an overall flat-out lap game.
Absolutely, and that's just the thing that you have to do in this. I've said it many times. It's just a game of attrition. You know, you gotta play that long game. Gotta make the tires last. Gotta make your fuel last. Run out your stint timer, and just do what you need to get done.
Well, an endurance race is all about consistency. It's not about doing sprints. It's not about the overall fastest lap. Qualifying is great. Unfortunately, it was a wet qualifying, so we didn't see the blistering lap times you'd get with low fuel, fresh tyres, and out not caring about them. Just ruin them over a lap and see what happens. But no, look, the guys are being absolutely consistent. This Baz Van Melis here has just been in another level as well in that Mode 11 car. He has just been tipping along beautifully.
Absolutely, and it does seem like he's falling back just a little bit, as you know, and gets another half second on him after that lap. But that is just the thing, is halfway through the stint, you can have that fall off, but it does seem that these Ferraris seem to have a second life at about the 45-minute mark. Just absolutely start flying.
I think that's the tyres as well. What I've noticed in this new update as well is that the tyres do tend to feel like they're starting to go but come back. I felt it even just over an hour stint in Kyalami last week, where I thought at one stage about 35 minutes in the tyres were going, but I came back then about 5 minutes later and felt fine. So yeah, it's just one of those things. I think the tyre wear model has, I think, improved. Also the braking has improved. So yeah, for me it's been great to see what the guys are doing out there, and they're really showing how durable the cars have been.
Absolutely. I think we just need to tell Toto that the tires are gone.
No, Michael, no.
That's just not right. But yeah, back on with Kroll. Caught up to Roger fairly quickly, it seems. You know, very, very, very close within that half a second range. Going to get a huge tow coming up the hill. I'm assuming he'll get another great exit out of turn 15. And just get that huge run, huge tow off the back of that other Mercedes.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. And for anyone who's watching, for some reason, it looks like his car's wrote off, but it's really not. They did have an incident earlier on, but they did fix that damage, so that's literally just a weird cosmetic glitch. But looking at the gaps, it's kind of spread out a little bit. Kroll and Roger's really the only ones in it. Corkin's in the pits there, as well as Lenkins, but we did expect them to go in. At the minute, you know, lap 64, it's quite spread out, which you do expect in these endurances.
Absolutely. You would expect it at this point. Although we are getting, like we said, about 10 minutes ago, I started talking about the pit stop coming up. And the number 7 is current, to answer the question from chat, I believe it's an 18 second gap off of P2 is what I'm seeing on my time.
It's live 19 and a half there now.
Yeah, 18 second gap between P2 and P3. Definitely manageable to get down, but those Ferraris just absolutely running away.
Absolutely, at the minute, yeah, look, consistency. But Chris Martin here, I think he's still singing along. That's I'm going to pretend he's the real lead singer on Coldplay. That just makes it more fun for me. So I reckon in my head he's the tune there singing, what we say, he's probably singing The Scientist. He's probably feeling a bit lonely at the minute.
Yeah, probably a little bit lonely. Got to get his team over the radio singing with him. Maybe that's why he's slowing down a little bit, trying to get the guys to sing with him to go faster.
Team name is wrong, says Andy King. What should the team name be?
Fast Green Porsche Racing. There you go.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
Nice, simple names. Now, just imagine if professional teams name their teams that way.
Yeah, the sponsors won't let that happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, none of this Toyota Gazoo Racing. Nah, just Fast Red White Hybrid Racing Team.
Pretty much. Or for Red Bull, the fastest.
Yeah. Anyways, back to the battles. If I'm looking at times, trying to find our closest one, I believe that would be still between the 720 and the 33. Would be our closest battle currently. But yeah, getting close to that time where the drivers are going to start pitting. Closing in on 9 hours and 20 minutes to go. Almost 3 hours into this race already, a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. I'm just looking there. So pit timers, yeah, some stints are starting to come into the hours now. So over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to see all the cars jumping into the pits. And yeah, I honestly think it's been very good fun so far. Looking at all the statistics here, it's not really changed too much in terms of the fastest lap hasn't changed, top speed, stuff like that. But all around top quality racing and very fair. Even blue flag people getting out of the way and stuff like that.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you want to see here. Is you could be a fast, like one of the fastest drivers on the server, but even if they are put back in the back, if the leaders start coming, everyone is so respectful and just moves out of the way, politely and in a good spot. You know, most drivers know exactly where they can let people by, exactly where they can't, and they just do an amazing job.
100% at the end of the day. Samparati here is doing a phenomenal job in this 94, and I suppose to give them one update on gap, Samparati is just under the 20-second mark on Mead. He's 22.1 seconds clear of Martin, so that's been a phenomenal stint. He's pulled out, he caught up Martin and passed Martin, and has now pulled out nearly 22 seconds. So Samparati there is really at home in the Ferrari in these dry conditions.
Absolutely, it seems like them and Mead. And so these two Ferraris both have amazing setups. We heard earlier that Mead was that setup in that Ferrari is just set in such a way that they're amazing for the dry.
There's no harm in that, no harm at all. And it's actually shown us how strong the Ferrari is around Spa in general. In the top 5, 3 of them are Ferraris. And I think they're the only Ferraris in the race, unless there might be one at the very back. But that's phenomenal to see. And then you've got the Porsche, Lamborghini, 2 Astons, Mercedes. So Porsche have 3 in the top 10 as well. 2 Astons, yeah, so it's quite a nice mix. Where's our boy actually in the Lexus? Down a P20, Mackenberg doing a great job in that Lexus as well after all the pits.
Absolutely, and just drivers doing an amazing job. You know, like you said, there's a good mix of all the cars, so showing that it's not really, you don't really have to race the meta to be up there. It's more about what the driver can do with how they can adapt to the conditions. You know, we're still holding that at track temp at 30 degrees. Air temp's still 24. The sun's starting to peek out of the clouds. A little bit less dark outside. But yeah, just amazing drives. I mean, I'm so impressed about the fact that we still have all 28 cars from the start racing. You know, not a huge amount of laps down. I think 3 laps down is the most laps that we have, except for the number 416 shows them at 20 laps down. Although that was I believe the car that had the issue and had to sit in the pits for a while.
Yeah, but sure, look, at least they're back out. That's the main thing. As hard as it can be, you know, they've done brilliantly.
Absolutely, and that's just the thing about these endurance races is you never know. You may be down by yourself 18 laps behind the next person, but those people can have a huge accident, and then next thing you know, you're past somebody. So it's staying in it, not giving up just because you've been put down.
Yeah, 100%. Look, it's an endurance. You're not going to give up that early on into it, and I'd like to see nobody giving up. Obviously, it can happen at times where things happen and it does get frustrating, but we do understand that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is completely understandable. But yeah, these drivers just doing an amazing job. You know, we've seen Kroll just attacking so much. Still on the back of Roger, 0.6 back, half a second back. Almost looks like at this point they're just holding, trying to wait for that pit as we take a ride on board.
Yeah, unbelievable. Look at that view though. Even the detail in this game is great. Even though I know that's not real damage there, doing absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely, and just listening to the sound of this car, it sounds so amazing. Getting that run, listen to that rumble.
Unbelievable.
Seems like he's closed in just a little bit through that final sector and down into turn 1. See how good of a run he can get if he can keep that front end planted, being in such a tow coming through Eau Rouge and Raidillon.
He's definitely been able to take that much tidier than the cars around him.
So it once again just comes back to the consistency and running well, running the same lines, hitting your marks every single lap.
No, unbelievable. But he's getting very, very close as well. Dennis is to Roger there now. He's within distance now of causing some issues.
Absolutely. We'll see. We'll see if he can make anything happen down through this right-hander. Hopefully not touch the back of somebody again, although it looks a little bit far back to try to even possibly do that this lap.
Interesting now.
And you absolutely know that's going to be in the back of his mind. He doesn't want to touch another driver, lose more time by slowing down to let them catch back up.
Definitely not.
That's another thing about these endurance races is when you have an incident, that's going to be in the back of your mind for the entirety of your stint. You know, if you have one slip up where you slightly go off track, lose some time every single time you hit that corner. I mean, it's that mentality of just focus, reset, and keep going.
Yeah. As we have Adam Locke in the pits now, this should surely be Adam's last bit of the stint.
Absolutely. Anderson in the pit as well. This is the cycle that I was talking about. They're starting to switch. They're starting to get going. Anderson's staying in the car, taking a double stint.
Nice. Anderson's a very good driver. Oh, Stoik is in. Bert Stoik is in there now.
Alrighty, so a change of drivers. This will be our chance, hopefully, to get another second driver in. Talk to the drivers that have been racing in the dry the entire time. Absolutely amazing. Just see that line of cars coming up that straightaway.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. It is a beautiful thing to see. And yeah, I think this is at the stage now we're seeing all the pits happen there, and that's the turn we're on about. You can easily run a little bit wide there and hit that wall, but Daniel there has done a great job in that.
Absolutely. Matthew Gamble seems to have fallen just a little bit off of Eric, as Eric has now caught up to that number 11 Ferrari. Doing a great job. All these drivers keeping it clean and keeping it close, keeping it entertaining, which is what we love.
Well, it's the concentration is definitely the hardest part of this as well.
Absolutely, especially coming to into those stints, especially if you're doing a double stint. It's so easy to lose focus and start slipping up, you know, missing your apex here, missing your braking point there, and start losing time. That is why we're thankful that, you know, hopefully drivers aren't having to do triple stints.
No,
so I know how treacherous that can be.
100%. A few people might try it. Like, there is a few drivers out there that are more than capable of doing it. Whether I'd like to do it now, I don't think I would.
Absolutely. We see more cars coming into the pits.
And some more fulls in as well, yeah. So this is definitely going to shake things up a bit, and it's going to get very close on track with all the groups catching up with each other as well. So we're going to start seeing a lot more action like we're seeing with Crawl and pretty much the whole of last stint.
Absolutely. And it seems like this time around, the pits are being split up a lot more. It doesn't seem like we have giant groups of people pitting at the same time. It's a few cars here, a few cars there, slowly getting through the entire field.
Yeah, I think that's trying to, as we were talking about earlier on, you're trying to run out your stint timers as much as possible.
Absolutely. Just like you said, running out the stint timer, trying to get the most out of it so that you can have possibly those shorter stints later on in the race, having fresher tires for a longer period of time, giving those finishing drivers the best car that they can have. Yeah,
look, it's just one of these things. You got to manage it. Like, nobody really foreseeing that the first stint was going to be only literally 30 minutes. So, look, I think they've done the right thing.
Absolutely, and it's just finding that comfort zone, finding that pace that you want, that you're comfortable with, that gets your team, you know, the numbers. Not necessarily that you're just looking at the numbers that you need, but as we are only coming in on a quarter of the way through the race, there's so much more time, so many more things that can go wrong that you just want to sit there. You want to hit your marks, hit your numbers, do what you need to do.
Yeah. And I think the biggest pressure on a driver is as well, you don't want to be that driver that pretty much puts your team in a handicap either.
Absolutely. That is one of the, as a driver, is if you're the one who sends the car into the wall and picks up the damage. Really, if everyone ends up feeling terrible, because that takes away chances of possibly a better race. But in the end, it is an endurance race. You can go get the car fixed. There is still 3/4 of this race to get done.
True.
So there's just so many different options, so many different things that can happen. As we see Mr. Matthew Gamble coming into the pits.
I'd say he'll surely double stint it.
Oh, absolutely. Knowing Mr. Gamble, it's in Team Abbey Racing, that's what they're going to let him do. He was flying for the most part, backed off from, or after De Jong got past him, just backed off, saved a little bit, extended that stint, got done when he needed to get done.
Yeah, 100%. Just looking at the other driver, so Duck is very close to Mihaly there. There's only 0.3 of a second off them, so there still is, even though there is all the pits happening, there still is a lot of live action happening on the track as well. So that's the great thing to see here as we're watching Matty going through the pits.
Absolutely, like you said, Yuck is close. Kroll is still right on the back of Roger. He's been there for better part of half an hour. I mean, he seems to like to do that. Just sit right behind the car and then wait for them to make a big mistake.
It's interesting to see how long more they're going to be able to sit behind and not get impatient as well. It's one thing sitting behind, but at one stage as well, you'd be getting to hurry up from your team as well. And realistically yourself as well, you want to get the move done and just move forward.
Absolutely. Then again, it could just be both of them are hitting their marks so well that they're just sitting there. There may not be much that he could be doing, since they both are in the same car, both in Mercedes. You know, there is a big hole that can be punched, though, coming through those straightaways. As a Mercedes running wide, Yuck getting quite a run onto this Porsche coming back up the hill. Very good chance of a move happening up at the top.
Yeah, it's definitely getting there. I'm just looking at the stats here. That's why I'm so quiet at the minute. I'm just running through everything, kind of see who's being the most consistent in that as well. I think, in fairness, Tom has been the most consistent on the broadcast. The poor guy is being flat out, so fair play.
Absolutely, great job on the broadcast, by the way. Absolutely loving it.
For yourself, how are you finding doing a bit of comms in SSRI? Are you enjoying it yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. I always love going and commentating a race, you know, interacting with the chat, interacting with other commentators. It's nice to have you here with me, so I'm not talking all by myself for several hours on end. But I am just noticing back on the YouTube stream, we are up to 33 likes. I'm thinking maybe if we can get to 35, we can do another onboard.
Oh yeah, absolutely love your thinking. Guys, get those likes in, and we will do another onboard. Get the name of the person you want in, get the number of the car you want in. We will then decide on that. So there's 29 in. There's surely one or two you may not have to press like on this yet. Make sure to get it in, and we will get another onboard on. I'm really looking forward. Hopefully we go with a McLaren this time, I think, just to be fair.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. Go through all of the different all the different cars that we have, showcase everything that we've got to offer here in SSRI.
Adam Locke, it's a warm one, Mr. Horse. Adam, I'd say you're sweating all right. I won't mind. I actually have a big fan on in the background, but I'd say after your massive stints there, mate, fair play to you. And I was very, very proud to be a teammate of Adam Locke in that Indy when I drove the Ferrari, and it was absolutely a pleasure watching him at work. So well done, Adam, on your stint. Are you going to be racing again?
Looking back onto the track, Dion is now within just about half a second of the number 11.
And we're getting one more like as well off getting that on board.
Absolutely, very, very close. Very nice to see. Falling back just a little bit, not able to get as good of an exit out of 15. The Ferrari just absolutely running away with every chance it gets.
Yeah, it's the Ferrari is definitely suited here in the Droid. I think that's quite evident here now. That's been the biggest thing I've noticed here. I tell you what, I'm not going to push people too hard. I think we should jump on with a McLaren and do an onboard there for a lap or two, and let's enjoy the noise of this new McLaren Evo. Adam, what's the number of your teammate? And we'll do that again. I think that'll be the right one to do, is jump on with Adam's teammate. Car number 63, I think it is. 22nd position.
Absolutely. And I will be stepping out of the box for a little bit. I'm about to get hit with a lot of rain, and I'm sure you guys would rather listen to the race than rain on my roof. So, thank you so much, Colin, for letting me be in this box. It was amazing. I will hopefully be back in a little bit.
Mate, it's an absolute pleasure to have you in, and look, by all means, you're more than welcome to come back. The stream is going on up until past 12 o'clock tonight after the race finishes.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me. I will hopefully be back later. And Colin, best of luck to you. Enjoy the comms. And Tom, thank you for having me.
Cheers, pal. Grant, so look, we're going to jump on board now with our car number 22. We get maybe a lap or two in there, and I'll be able to get myself a quick drink as well, just to refresh the old throat. So enjoy, guys. I'm just having a quick sandwich, guys. I'll be 2 more minutes. Now, guys, I am back. Had a quick feed there, which is grand, nice old sandwich in. And I'm going to drink now in a second. It's an organic ginger shot. I don't know if anyone drinks them. They absolutely are the best thing for your voice. I don't know if you've ever tried them, Tom, have you? You should give it a go. You'd either give out to me for the feeling afterward because it burns you the whole way down. Oh, it's good crack. But yeah, guys, the racing has been phenomenal so far. Just to get back into why we are here. And we've been having great fun so far. I wasn't expecting to be doing 3 hours straight and going onwards, but we're here and we're doing it. Let me see. So in the minute now, the gap to the leader I'm going to have a quick look at is... no, that can't be right. Isn't me that far out in front? Am I seeing things right? Nearly 2 laps. That's because Mead's pitting now, so I probably am seeing things right. Right, so I'm not going mad. Or maybe I am. So Matty Gamble is up in 6th position, Schroeder 7th, Burfoot is in 5th, so there has been a few driver changes. Bierman is in 8th. I'm just looking for people that I've seen throughout. Mackenberg and the Lexus up in 17th. Well done, Mackenberg, with Mahanley in the pits as well. Fair play to him. That Lexus has been flying out there. I'm delighted for him. Absolutely delighted for him. That's what we like to see. I'm going to call him the underdog because that's going to be a tough car to go the whole way around, in fairness to him. So don't mind me. I'm literally going to down this shot now. It's only like a 75mm shot. So I might cough or die. Who knows? I can smell it already. Oh yeah, I feel that alright. Oh, that burns. And Trapani is in 2nd position, but we're on with Nate Rogers at the minute. Oh, Nate Roger. And he's doing a great job in 20th position. He's 11 seconds off Crowell, 5.5 seconds away from Valanduc as well behind. So in quite a decent place at the minute, with Nada coming out of the pits in 17th. In that Porsche 911, the car number 56 there. Doing a great job. So that was a driver change as well. Mahali is out of that car. On here now with Lulu Burfa in that number 5, or sorry, in 5th position, the 990 Lamborghini. Lulu is well known in the SSRI community as well. Great to see the community people getting involved, as well as all these amazing teams coming in. And Tyler Bindit, and just after seeing from Bolton, I didn't obviously see that. That's unfortunate to hear. Looking through here at the minute, so we have Nate Roger in the pits anyway. It's such a long pit lane. And he's just tipping around. Fair play to him. Like, it's such a hard thing to do as an endurance race. I love the camaraderie with the team, having the banter with the team. It really makes doing an endurance racing just epic fun. So well done to everyone who's making today such an epic stream, and all you people watching this as well, whether you're watching on TikTok, YouTube, or wherever else and where in the world as well. It's great to have you in here with ourselves. We're very, very happy he's in with us. Looking through here now, we're on with Rob Heuleman, who is leading this race at present very comfortably. So these guys have been just in another level in that Ferrari, and they're 15.7 seconds clear, so they've lost 5 seconds to car 94, but I don't think that's going to be enough really for a major shake-up just yet. No, we'll see what happens down the road. Still a long way to go, and a lot of racing left to be had. But it's been so much fun so far, and these guys here just in another level. It's what we love to see. That's a very nice looking Ferrari. It's very clean, very clean. So guys watching it, who has been the outstanding driver for you so far from what you've seen? That's a question I would like to know. Let me see. So that's just on now with the underdog, Mr. Sven Mackenberg here in the car 415. That Lexus doing a phenomenal job out there. Very well done to them so far, and I'm sure they're hoping to maybe give us a bit more to be wowing about. And I've no doubt that they will, as we're on now with John Betton here. This Aston Martin and Sim Racing Holland have been doing brilliant. And they are just behind B Duck, who's Anderson's teammate. They're doing a great job there, and this is a very good battle. And it's so close, 0.2 of a second between them. Different racing lines trying to open up. Whether they can get by or not is a different story. But fair play to them, fair play to them. That's what we like to see. And it's so close here. Aston versus Mercedes. The Aston seems to have the legs on it. Oh, and he's bullied his way to the inside. What a move. This is what we love to see. Mercedes is definitely too far back to try and put a move there. So that was great driving from Mr. J Baton there to get that done, and yeah, there was no answer there for that one there. That was a phenomenal move, really and truly. So Betton now has a bit of clear air. Duck's about 0.7, 0.8 of a second off now. Very interesting. Very interesting. In terms of gaps elsewhere, guys, it's quite spread out at present, so this is the closest battle on the track. And if you have any questions, guys, don't be afraid to get them in. And if you have any questions for Tom as well, I'm sure he'll be happy to answer them through his silent way. I'll have to translate it. He's like the Stig, nobody knows who he really is. So John is up right behind. It looks like, is that a back marker? It is. As we have Kieran Vidigo in the pits here, so big pit there as well. P4 in the pits. That's a huge pit. Let's see how this develops. We're on with Dennis Kroll here now. You gotta love Kroll. Dennis Kroll, is he gonna get it? He's going for it. Got the move done, so he is now not too far. Oh, he's got the move done actually way further than I thought. So he's after doing a great job there. He's really secured that now and has already put on quite a distance. Great driving, great driving. This is what we love to see here in SSRI. Ryan Leach though having a great job there in that car 7. We tipped it to be one of the best cars, but at the minute, unfortunately, the car seems to be better in the rain in terms of their overall pace to others, but still, they're definitely not at all anything to be sniffed at. They're 32 seconds clear of 4th position, so doing a great job there. So yeah, 32 seconds clear, but they're 37 seconds off Drappini, and now over 50 seconds off the lead car 169 Hulleman. So tough times really. As we have Vidigo in the pits, still just leaving the pits now. Ryan Leach doing a great job there as we're watching Kieran come out of those pits as well. Fair play to the guys. That's such a lovely straight. I was hoping to see some Mikkel Hakkinen-esque races happening, but we haven't seen it just yet. Hopefully we'll see some to come. In terms of everything, yeah, it's kind of spread out. This is the phase of endurance racing now where the story isn't being told as much. The guys are just pacing themselves now and just knuckling down for the slog of 8 hours at least before the main mad racing starts again. Probably in the last hour actually we will get some crazy racing again. But this is endurance racing at its finest, guys. You won't find as good of endurance racing in any other community. SSRI do it best. Which is phenomenal to see. So Ricardo Marcia is doing a very, very good job in P14 at present. They have a car of bar 2.6 seconds behind. Other than that, then they're having quite a lonely race in terms of where they are in the pecking order. They're quite a bit of time off Jay Hayes Senior behind, or ahead, sorry, should I say. So they're having quite a lonely race at present. But sometimes a lonely race is not a bad thing either. As we have Nate Roger in the pits now as well. So yeah, it's mad to see so many mixed strategies out there. Interesting. And looking through, so the fastest lap of the race, guys, as well, it's actually 2:18.280 still, which is mad. 81 laps in as well, unbelievable. Great stuff there from everybody involved so far. So Trapani here, the car definitely with a lot of pickup on it. Definitely with a lot of pickup on it. But doing a great job. It's a nice looking livery, that. It's very plain looking in terms of sponsor wise and that, but very nice looking livery. Sometimes you don't need too much on them, but yeah, I'm impressed with that one. Oh, as Kroll's had a bit of a moment there. It's just so funny for anyone who hasn't been watching this race since the start. Must think that car is half wrote off, but it's really not. It's just the typical graphics glitch with Kunos doing Kunos things. Sometimes when they get damage and pit, it for some reason doesn't reset the damage when they actually do fix it. So I'm sure for anyone who isn't racing or doesn't know, it probably looks a bit strange. But it's to be expected. So we're going to have a replay now of Kroll. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Unlucky. Unlucky. These things happen though. These things happen. As we're on with Valenduck here, who is racing side by side here. Valenduck is going for here. And this is a 4 position as well with Ruse. So Ruse in the 911 Porsche. Has to back out of that one there. That's great driving from Ruse and from Valenduck there. That's very, very smart driving. So well done to both of them. That's a nice show of how to do it. Tell you one thing, that ginger shot's after Kyalami throw. Doesn't feel like I spoke for over 3 hours now. I recommend them to anyone who's doing comms. They're a godsend. So I'm with Bart here now as well, 0.8 of a second off Marcia. Can he do anything about Marcia is the question. It's one thing sitting there, it's getting by. It turns out to be the harder thing sometimes. The guys are doing a great job anyway, let's be honest about that. So guys, we've finally reached 35 likes, which is great to see on the video as well, on the live stream there. So I think to celebrate that we're going to do an onboard lap, but I'm going to pick, I think we should go with a car in P27, Team Iro car 901. They may be last, but we want to give these guys a bit of love as well. It's very, very hard to be out there sitting last, even though they're only 11.5 seconds off and it's a long way to go. It's very, very hard to kind of keep the head in. So let's jump on with an onboard there for a minute or two with them and give these guys a bit of love for Apex Lovers Motorsports, even in their name. Yeah, it's good to give those guys a bit of love. I do see Crowley's after getting by Tyler in the background there as well. But Team Myra there doing a great job bringing that team's car in at the minute in 27th. And still a long way to go, guys. We still have over 8.5 hours left in this one here. So, yeah, look, it's absolutely fantastic to see what the guys are doing. On now with Bart here at the minute. So John Bart there doing obviously an epic job as well. No other way to say that. And he's super close there. So Marcia is doing a great job defending. It's going to be hard, I think, to defend over the next few laps. It's going to be very tough for them. Oh, this could be it now. He's got it, but Vedigo here doing an unreal job. Duck is doing everything in his power to keep him behind now. We've got Bart on here. We have both of these views going at the same time. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. That Mercedes has the edge there. John Bart is doing a great job as well. He has the edge on the guys behind as well. Marcia could be losing another spot to Nadia. And Marcia has lost, so that's been a tough lap or two for Marcia there. Let's be honest about that. As it looks like here, are we going to have to overtake Video? We do. Oh, no, we don't. He's lost it then. Oh. Unfortunately, Duck's seen it coming and done the right thing, got on the brakes. But he has come out way worse for that. He done everything he could to try and get out of the way of that. He's seen it coming, and unfortunately sometimes there's nothing you can do. I feel for them there. I feel for them there for that one now. That's so frustrating. Never nice when it happens that way. Look, it wasn't obviously intentional. The car ahead was obviously not in control. Not if he was sitting there thinking, "Ash, this is grand. This is what happens." And let's watch it again now from the aerial view. Looks like he just hit the curb and lost it, and there'll be quite a bit of damage on the Mercedes as well as the McLaren, but that's a tough one. There could be a little bit of annoyances there, but then again, when they look back at it, they're going to be like, well, look, at that stage, there's nothing that could have been done. It is what it is. Not that it makes it easier. Because it definitely won't make it easier. It's just one of those things, isn't it? But Duck will come, he'll live another day. That's the main thing. 14, 15, 16, interesting, says Manuel Novak. Yeah, it has been interesting for a while there. But there's a big gap though between 14 though and 13 though, sadly. Would have been nice to see all them up there. Oh, as Tyler goes off. No. What happened there? Obviously lost it coming up Eau Rouge, and oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky. We never like to see that happen, but it is what it is. These things can happen. It's a shame. We're going to watch the replay here now. Rude. Like when you look at it, it's a typical thing that happens. It's just very tough when it happens, and you're the helplessness you feel as well, because there's nothing you can do to stop that. Once it goes there, no matter how good you are, you're not getting it back. But Lulu Burfoot here having a great little race with Matthew Gamble, as Gamble up in 4th position. I'm telling you, them guys can sneak their way. They're only 36 seconds off Leach now, but Lulu is definitely not in any way out of this at all. Fair play. So Nadia here having another battle here. They had a tough one, but they're on here with Bart anyway. Let's see what happens. Nadia's got the job done. So now Hayes is the next one I think we need to be looking at. He's only 0.4 of a second off Toros as well. This is brilliant stuff here. Hayes and Torres right at it there, and that Mercedes is just a thing of beauty. I don't care what anybody says, that is gorgeous. Quite close there really, but there is only the two guys fighting, that is Hayes and her host there. That looks like they are going to be lapping. It looks like Tyler there. So Tyler will surely get out of the way there soon enough. As not to hold in those guys. Hold up those guys and hold in. And look at that. Through they go. That's how it should be done. That's how you manage blue flags. Not their first rodeo. Yeah, boys, it's getting out onto the 3.5 hour mark. We're just after going to, so still a lot of racing to go. It's still 8 hours and 28 minutes of racing left. I cannot predict really who's going to win anything, because anything I've thought would happen hasn't really happened. Hayes has just been slowly creeping closer here. I just don't think they're going to get the job done in the next lap or so. I think this is going to be a slow burner, and it will eventually get it done, all going well. So let's see how this one does go. All going good. All going good. Yeah, so to Horse here, I think he's just doing a good enough job. The Mercedes just has the legs in the straights, but you see the Porsche then coming back up to him through the corners. Yeah, that Mercedes is a thing of beauty. Absolute thing of beauty. So this is now the business side of things, guys. Okay, en route, there was a bit of a yellow flag there. They had a bit of an issue, and Tillander now is gone ahead of them. So I'm wondering what happened there, Tom. If we can get a replay on that, that would be absolutely awesome. So it was Ruse had an incident, and that's how Tillander got up into 18th position. Round jobs, we're getting that here at the minute, guys. Absolutely. So yeah, that was a huge one there and a huge moment. Beautiful, beautiful livery though. But yeah, that was tough, but back going and away. Definitely be feeling that one. Definitely will be feeling that one. So let me have a look here. Let's see. Well, I'm with Ruse now, and he's still going decent enough, even with the damage that he's got. Still going decent. These things go, Adam Locke go, Matty go. Matty Gamble is having a great race, and look, as I said, Matty Gamble is, I rate him so highly. He's consistent. He knows how to race, but he's an adaptable driver. He can jump in and out of any car, Adam. And look, you know, you done the endurance as well. You know exactly what he's like. I have a lot of time for Matt. He's a good dude. But yeah, that puts the guys in a good position of car 333. Burfoot though is keeping them honest, only 2.5 seconds off. So we're on with Nathan Ruse here now, who is now down to 20th position as Zydek gets by. So yeah, it's just one of these things when you have that bit of damage. If it's not majorly too bad, he's gonna just have to suffer for the rest of his stint. I'm just gonna check how long his stint is. So where we Ruse, only 37 minutes on that stint, so that's a long time to suffer. If he's gonna lose more than a few seconds a lap, he's probably better off just going in, pitting, getting on fresh tyres and pushing the crap out of the car. As Tom Curtin calls this stint curtains, or puts curtains on this stint. Terrible pun, but I'm going to stick with it. How long was his stint that time? Only 18 minutes. So the drive-through has gotten him there. That's what that was. Sorry, guys. Track limits I think that's only the second drive-through, if I remember rightly as well. So track limits haven't played a major factor. But obviously they do play a factor. As we're on now at Matty Gamble, Matty, the guy from Northern Ireland with the ping of internet back from 1982, doing a great job. That's what we like to see. As Kroll had a yellow flag moment, to say that was just running wide. Matty Gamble is driving that car beautifully. Looking at his stint as well, Matthew Gamble will be pitting, and I'd say within the next 25 to 30 minutes. He's on over 46 minutes of a stint now. He pushed it out to the last minute. Any more facts? Nothing really. Here's an interesting fact. The air temperatures dropped down to 23 and the track temperature dropped from 31 at one stage back to 29. It was consistently at 30 for a while. So we are starting to get cooler tyres now. It's an overcast weather still at the minute, so not much change that way, as we're on now with Robin Hulman in the lead car, coming around now to lap another victim. Driving nice and consistent. Absolutely, it's great to see it, guys. It really is. Robin Hood was doing grand. Yeah, doing a great job there. Looking at everything, Betty is getting close to Duck. Hayes getting close to Horhorst. Then we've Roger close to Morfield. So there's 3 kind of close battles on track. Down to 2. With car 169 doing a great job. Absolutely brilliant stuff there. So Nate Roger doing a great job here as well, guys. Just enjoying looking at these cars going around. Let me see any more random facts. Not really much at the minute. So stint timer wise, we're expecting to see a few cars now get ready for their pit stop. I see 3 cars now over the hour and 3-minute mark. So there's going to be at least 3 cars within the next few minutes in the pits. And the leaders now, though, have another quite a while to go. So that's the difference of stretching out stints versus not stretching out stints. But yeah, Nate Rogers doing an absolutely phenomenal job there. Cannot argue that. Let me see. So the biggest winner has been Nada, up 12 positions, Bart up 10 positions. It looks like Morrow Phil is the biggest loser. Their team down 9 positions. These things can happen. Lap 92 for the top 3, lap 91 all the way down to 14th, then lap 90 down to 16th, 89 down to 25th, and 88 then down to 26th, 27th. So they're already about 5 laps off the race leaders and still going, and that's what we love to see. It's tenacity of drivers coming in and sticking it to the end as well. There's a lot to be said for that. Fair play to them. So let me see, there's starting to become a few gaps again now. We've got Schroeder and Burfoot. So Lulu is actually under a bit of pressure now. And she's after dropping, or she or he, I think Lulu is a lady, am I right in saying that, Tom? Grand. Because I don't want to be offending anyone here, you know yourself. So Lulu's dropped off to about 5.2 seconds off Matty Gamble, and now has Schroeder 0.4 behind. Kieran that we're on with now is 2 seconds off Tyler. You can see ahead, it's about 0.2 seconds off there, right behind. So Tyler doing a great job of great recovery in that Macca. Then we have Zydek versus Tillander, Hayes versus Horst, Betty versus Duck. It's all starting to kind of go in again. As Nijwar, there's a yellow flag on him, had a small moment but was back out, didn't lose too much time. Interesting to see that. Now, let me have a look here, guys. Now, so we're watching both now, Zydek and Schroeder. So Schroeder on the Burfoot is for quite a prominent position. As Zydek decides to go into the pits. So Schroeder, Nikolai Schobar, I can't say that right, versus Lulu. Now Lulu's doing a phenomenal job here. And what I love to see, and it's great to see in SSRI, I love seeing the female esports drivers and sim racers coming in and putting up to the male lads. You know, mainly a male predominant kind of situation with the esports side of things. I'm loving seeing the ladies coming in and hauling ass and really showing the guys how to do it. Phenomenal racecraft and defending as well. I'm with Betty now on Kieran Morfield. Jumping around to all the battles going on here at the minute. But yeah, it's great to see a good mix of male and female drivers, guys. It really and truly is, and there's quite a few that race through SSRI. Team Abbey, let's go, says Mike Ambrinosa. Team Abbey are hauling ass. I have to say, Matty's doing a great stint there. If you're in the voice chat with him, tell him I said fair play to him. Schroeder doing a phenomenal job here. And Nikolai get the move done. Lulu is an amazingly good driver in terms of the lines that she's taken, and very, very consistent as well. Now you can see Shoulders carried a little bit more speed here, but the Lambo just has that little edge in terms of horsepower, and it also has Lulu, who's got very good racecraft in terms of the racing line and where she places that car then in the sections where the Ferrari might be stronger in the mid kind of sector 2 of this circuit. Lovely stuff here, lovely line there, clips to both apexes perfect, gets that lovely drive off. That's what you call beautiful driving there. And it's pulled out a nice little bit of a gap, and at least that way now in a drag race the Lambo should be stronger. Yeah, I think that she's going to stay ahead there. Just looking at the way they're driving, that's brilliant stuff. Now, if I was Lulu, I'd be going onto the inside line as well, though, to block it. And we're on now with Betty here. Betty's doing an amazing job as well. So Betty is absolutely flying it there. What can they do? Duck obviously driving phenomenal as well. Brilliant stuff here. This is what we like to see. This is exactly what we're liking to see here. Back on Schroeder, still being kept absolutely as honest as can be, as Lulu is doing more than enough. Great driving there from Lulu. Yeah, she's definitely, I think, driving the better of the two at the minute. She's doing just exactly enough, consistently on the same lines each race. She's not letting any pressure from behind get to her. There's Dyke leaving the pits there now, you can hear. So this is the closest battle on the track, guys. We've gone absolutely epically. So guys, at the 8-hour mark, I'm going to take 15 minutes just to kind of get up and stretch and that, and I'll be back then. I'll give Tom maybe 15 minutes or so of a break as well. So 8 o'clock, there'll be no comments for 15 minutes or so, just to kind of get a stretch in ourselves, because it's a long way to go for us and for the drivers. And unfortunately, we don't get the joys of people jumping in and taking over for us. So I think, Tom, you're all right with that, are you? Grand job. So Tom has said yes in a very elusive voice, like this Stig. We don't know what they sound like. You can throw in guesses if you want of what his accent is, or even if he is a he. Who knows? We just know him as Tom the Stig, the mystery broadcaster. As Averson is coming out there, so Stephen Hoffman, Adverson, which is now back out in 15th position. That's what we... It says 15th. Is he really 15th? Yes, he is. It's showing up there now. So that's grand. That's a fresh driver change as well for that team. And they were stationary for 39 seconds. So it might have been a small bit of damage, maybe as well, and maybe just the fueling. But you know, so that was a 39-second stop there. The fastest we have seen is a 31-second stop. So Ader Host is in the pits there as well. They were up 9 positions. Although Alneda now is up 13 positions. Jay Bart's up 11 positions. That's very, very interesting there. Crowell is back where they started. So the Host, that's a gorgeous looking car. It's such a long pit lane here as well. So like realistically, the whole time that people losing the pits can be anywhere from a minute 47 up to 2 minutes plus. So it's an extremely, extremely long time to be going through the pits, and you lose about a minute and 20 seconds with a drive through, which is absolutely crazy to think of. Such a lot, like a large amount of time. It really does affect in a endurance environment. Friday doing a great job also. So Kieran sitting in 9th at present. They're about 39 minutes now into their stint, so still a bit to go for them. Matthew Gamble is looking like they'll be due to pit in the next few minutes or so. Van Drunen is now coming out of the pits. So for Van Drunen, let me have a look. He's took over from Van der Host. Stopped for 36 seconds, so a minute and 52 was the total pit stop time there for them. It's a long time when you think about it. On with Nikolai Schroeder here again. He is 52 minutes into stint. Lulu's 55 and a half minutes into her stint, and she's doing a phenomenal job out there in P5, keeping Nikolai at bay. I think Nikolai was kind of taking a break and coming back at it, getting going again, but yeah, no, Lulu's doing a phenomenal job there in all the defending that is going on there, so well done to Lulu. No, sorry guys, I was just doing a quick reply there. Yeah, so Lulu still showing Nikolai how to do it. Nikolai just has to be patient. They might try the undercut because I don't think the overcut's going to work, being absolutely honest. Because by the time they do another lap or two more, even though they have the few minutes spare, it's not great crack, to be fair, because they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place now. They just shorten the stint a little bit and try and gain possibly a few tenths to get by, maybe a second or so, depending on how long they're stopped for as well. So they'd be probably dying to know how long they're going to be stationary for as well, but that is all part of it. And it's great to see there, that was Tyler getting out of the way of that. So Tyler's done a great job getting out of the way. As we're back on with Nikolai Schroeder. Nikolai's doing absolutely brilliant, but what do? You're stuck here. You just have to be patient. And I don't think they're going to force Lulu into an error, being absolutely honest. Let's see what happens. On board here, Nikolai, beautiful line through there. It's kind of hard to know. It really is hard to know. But yeah, looking here at the lap time, still 2:18.280 is the fastest lap in Trapini's car in P2, car number 94. Yeah. Well, it's been so much fun so far, and it's great to see 27 cars out of 28. Yellow flag on Ruse. Looks like it's got a crash that's after happening with Ruse. If we can jump on quickly to see the last bit of that. Oh, jeez, he's lost a lot of time. Hopefully we can get the replay on that one, Tom. He's after losing at least 20 seconds there, I'd say. 15, 20 seconds. Oh, and yeah, it was the right thing. No Ruse there, gets out, sorry. So, car 911, the incident that just happened there a second ago. We get on that one, that'd be deadly. Thank you so much for it. And thanks to the joys of the crazy Stig, we'll call him. Nobody knows who he really is. Nard Cox, go Kieran. Tim Niceborough doing a great job there. So Schroeder's got by Lulu, we just missed that off as well. Schroeder has got by Lulu. Here we have a replay of what happened here with Mr. Rue. Just Porsche doing Porsche things, or what happened? Oh, that was the slowest spin. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, that was terrible. What do you do? What do you do? So yeah, just let you know, so no, or yeah, it was a Schroeder's got by Lulu. They're about 1.1 seconds clear now. As Niceborough still messing away there, keeping Ruse at bay. Well, and I think that was a car and P15 go by. Neckwargers, let's go mode 11. Great to see the supporters still in there as well. That's what we like to see. So guys, I think we'll call it the break on now, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll keep the live broadcast going. There just won't be any commentary for the next 15 minutes or so, okay? Thanks for watching. Thanks for giving all the likes. I'm up to 36 likes. Let's see that get to 40 by the time we're back. And yeah, Tom, you enjoy a few minutes break as well, mate.
Hello, we are back with some commentary on the SSRI 12 Hours of Spa. A few things have happened since we have last have commentary on this race. The lead Merc have changed around a bit, and we've seen the Mazda Honda thing going off a bit and coming straight into a battle here between Matt Tobby and the Mode 11 Ferrari of Levels for 5th position. Great to see that still some cars can drive close around here a few hours into the race. Not much have changed in the weather either, though rain could still appear later on in this one. It's very important for these guys to still keep it calm. We actually don't know whether or not these cars have been set up to wet weather conditions or dry. That might have been the reason why we've seen some cars struggling the further we have gone into the race, and why we have seen cars doing better early on as well. There was no telling before this race what exactly the weather was going to be like, so I would assume that most teams are running sort of an intermediate setup. I would guess so. I know we are doing that in the 221 car. It's not quite wet and it's not quite a dry setup, but it should be somewhat fine in both kinds of conditions. Coming on through, jumping up in the field here. This is the hot air balloons car. I believe we're following the Lamborghini in 17th position. I'm sorry, I'm on a phone right now, so I have a little bit of an issue seeing the timing board on the side, but I do believe he's very close and in battle with Tim Kroll, the Mercedes, up ahead, and that Aston is not for position. That's the 333 Abbey car, I think. But the Merc and the Lambo in the picture, second and third car here on the screen, are battling coming out of Lazard now. Who's getting the better run down to Rouge? A really tricky corner. Trying to maneuver when you're in the slipstream of another car. You would think it's hard enough in regular conditions, but in the slipstream the car just really wants to get pulled out. As you can see, the Merc, they're flying over and cutting Radion. If he's not careful and lifting quite a bit now, he'll get a track cut warning for that one. I do believe the 33 car already had a drive-through for something in this race. I believe it was the famous track cuts. As they're trying to climb up through the ranks behind the hot air balloon car, which is the car that I think have spun around twice in this race, if I'm not mistaken. And they also got a DT earlier for track cuts. Yeah, it was that car that they had just overtaken me at the point, so I remember quite clearly when they got the DT. Both cars trying to do a little bit of a comeback after having been further down than expected earlier in the race. Both cars still need to climb far up in the table if they want to get something real out of this event compared to their championship positions. These cars both have capable drivers of running in the top 10 of races like this. So it is a bit unfortunate seeing them here, and here we get a replay of the Mode 11 car. The Ferrari, let's see what's happening here. A Lexus behind. Well, he's just driving around quite nice and calmly here. Nothing to see, I would assume. Onto Lazard, maybe something's happening, no? Well, it was just some nice pictures we got to see there of Ferrari. Beautiful yellow livery on that car. One of the many good liveries we have seen so far this event. A lot of good livery creators out there doing decent stuff. Especially this Mode 11 car. It's so easy to see with the bright yellow color driving around. Quite a few good drivers in that car as well. I believe it's the car of Andrew Richardson, Nikolai Schröder, Bas van Melis and Levels. Wasn't Nick Vankers also in this car, I believe? I think he was, yes. Yeah, it's a strong driver lineup they have this time around with the Mode 11 car. A car that not so long ago used to be, I wouldn't say a backmarker car, but midfield runner, but with the recent acquirements of drivers for them, they have really proven to be a team to contest with, one of the better teams out there in pure pace over the course of the stints that they're doing. Coming down here, seeking out to the right hand side of the track for some reason. Maybe there's a back marker up ahead, or no. Hard to say why he was moving offline there. Someone is cutting the Lake Com chicane. Up ahead, that's the Mercedes of, I would say, Aaron, who's getting blue flag now. Hard to say on a small telephone screen, but it's definitely a beautiful livery on that car as well. The purple and black goes great together with this track combination, as we're seeing maybe the best livery on the field. At the minute, the 2-1 car of the Untalented Motorsports. Dave and Hoffman in the car right now. He is doing a solid job so far. He's not driving from his own place, that he is actually in my basement at the minute, racing on my PC and setup. Maybe he can actually hear us talking through the thin walls here. I hope not. I hope we're not disturbing him when driving. He have been on for a tough ask when he got into the car after Bird Dog to try and maintain position, but with fast guys behind, it was almost impossible to keep it up. But then again, endurance is all about keeping it clean for as long as possible. Trying to avoid the mistakes and just having that consistent pace, and you will slowly start climbing up. People will make mistakes in these races. And when those mistakes happen, you gotta be there to take advantage of them. So just keeping the car running is an achievement in itself. Up in the front of the field, we still have somewhat of a battle between the two Ferraris, the 94 and 169 car that's going on up there. Also good to see some of the new cars on the grid that we got in the latest DLC. The Ferraris, the Lambos and the Porsches. Although I think the Lambo is just an Evo. We also got an Evo of the McLaren, I believe, actually, that we have seen for the first time running this time around. Not a popular car, it looks like, but I think we have it in the picture right now. Dave Jr. driving it. Good livery on that one as well. Kind of a classic DMA livery. Following the, I think that's the pink Porsche or something like that. It's definitely a pink one going around. Is that for position? Is that the 16 car hit? Hard to tell. It might be. If it is, then this is actually quite spicy. No, it was a back marker. I was just about to get excited there, and some people might have watched some of the earlier races that I've commentated on, and it gets spicy all of a sudden. Dave Jr. also doing a good job just to maintaining position, and here we jump to the battle for the lead actually. These two guys are still running kind of close. Sinatra and Hokola. They're actually running really close. Half a second between as they're coming into Brussels. Not much difference in lines from these two guys. It's like they're glued together running on rails. They both know each other quite well how to handle these cars, as it looks like there's still some rain lights going on the Ferrari ahead. Don't think it's raining anymore. Would be nice if you turned that stuff off. But no. Through Puong, one of the corners that you need bravery to commit to. Gotta turn in at the exact right time to get the cars to hook up. And if you miss it, you're going to lose so much time by going wide or even going onto the inside curb. Common mistake to make for the lower skilled drivers like myself. Hitting the curb, washing wide, and not being able to carry the speed through that corner. Through Stavelo. They go onto the long back straight leading up to Blanchemont and bus stop. Also two of the more iconic corners around this wonderful track. Down at Stavelo we also have the famous corner with the house on the inside. It might be a place that Tom wants to buy at some point. Tom van der Meer behind the cameras, of course. As he's now going for the move onto the outside into bus stop, it's not going to work. It looks like defended quite nicely there from the lead Ferrari. Hard to make a move, but again with 7.5 hours to go, how hard do you want to commit to the moves? Do you really want to take the chance to get the lead at this point, or are you happy at the minute just to sit behind and keep it clean? It's still better to finish second than risking it for the move and ending up last, taking a lot of damage. But surely he'll do everything in his powers to get this position at some point in this race. Maybe it will be one of his teammates who will have to try and make the move for the R&E team. through the mighty Rouge and Radion combination, down the long Camel Straight. Hard braking zone. Coming up here, it could be a chance if he's tucked in on a slipstream. He does go defensive in the lead. Though not quite the overlap there, but it does compromise him on the exit of these corners. Lay come through. We go to... Funny to see that it's only the R&E car taking that green AstroTurf on the inside. These cars could be set up to different weather conditions around the track. Hard to tell from camera angles. You need to really get a talk to the drivers to get a hold of these kinds of things. But yeah, let's just take a minute to enjoy how close these two are running still, and how close this race are, even though it's quite a small grid compared to the last few races we have had. We still have a lot of teams running similar pace and going close up against each other. Especially up here in the front, which is what we like to see. The battles for the lead, something that many other motorsports could learn from. Rouge, down below we go. Once again. Coming up now. Actually, quite funny reason why I'm here. Yannick reminded me that it was possible to be on the same Discord from two devices without us. Now we'll get the move. Surely he'll try it here. No, he backs out. Forces the lead Ferrari defensively. Can he get the switch back? Oh, they go close. Slight contact looks like. Or does it? They keep it clean. Really forced wide there. Not happy with that. Jonas Huckler there, coming to the inside onto the Lazard corner. Is he going to send it? He is having the look, trying to psych him out a little bit in the front. Nothing really happens. Also, not the smartest place to make the move. Often not when you get the go on the inside, you'll lose out on the acceleration coming down towards Rouge and Radion. And all drivers who have tried these cars knows that going side by side through these combinations is not the brightest of ideas if you want to survive. This time he does have to run down Camel Straight. Looking for the outside. Will he get the move done before the braking zone? He's definitely ahead now. They will have to give each other room here, but it does look like the R&E car takes the lead. No, he goes right onto the AstroTurf on the inside, loses out once again. We had a very brief change of position, that very brief change of lead in the race, but he's still on it. Moving a little bit back and forward there, going as defensive as the rules allows. James Huckler in the car with the fastest lap of the race so far. Can't remember what it was, but probably quite fast. On to Puong now. You gotta be really sneaky to pull it off here. He is looking, but no, wisely backs out. Coming around, as I can hear in the background, there's an issue for the 221 car. Could be hard to say. Have it disappeared from the timing sheet? I don't know. This might be a problem that I actually have to go take a look at myself. I will have to leave this commentary now for a few minutes while I figure this out with my team. I hope to be back soon. Can't promise anything. Have a good one, guys. Out there.
So guys, I didn't realise the comms volume was off there, but honestly, thanks to Oliver Anderson who's back out in the car now. Done a great job on commentary there, and yeah, fantastic stuff. And I just couldn't get over there. Hakala is so close to Simsport. It's now gone out to 3.5 seconds. But Toby and Tori are having a great battle here. This has been phenomenal. Lulu had an absolutely astonishing stint there and done a great job in the Lambo, and they're back in 5th position now with Toby at the helm, who's keeping Tori very, very honest. But Tori hasn't really given in yet, and it's a very strong team there. Actually, 2 very strong teams. So this is definitely going to develop as the race goes on. And not good news there for Tim Nijber. Had a bit of a spin, very easily done there. You clip a curb too much, it's going to send you spinning round and round and round. So maybe he needs to get the rotary engine out of the real Mazda and throw it into that. And here we are now. The Lambo just doesn't seem to have the overall legs on the Aston. It's been very fair driving. There hasn't been any silly dive bombs or anything with them. We've been obviously sitting here the last few watching this, and it's been a great battle that has developed. It is the closest battle on track at present. Fastest lap, by the way, is Hakala, a 2:17.932, so about 3.5 tenths up on Senator's fastest lap of a 1:28.280, which is unbelievable. It's been great racing so far, and fair play to everyone in the stream. 37 likes now at the minute. If you haven't liked this stream already, please smash it up there. SSRI deserve that there, with the great work from Tom in the background and from all the stewards that are doing all the live stewarding and everyone else involved. It's absolutely brilliant stuff there. Have a look here now. So yeah, Toby's doing a great job. Van Droonen here in that beautiful looking Mercedes is catching Hayes Jr. He's just under a second off and slowly catching. That'd be an interesting one to see how that develops through. Anderson though is slowly catching up with the Bellotti, so it was Anderson's team that had the disconnect, so luckily he's back in now anyway. That's great. Oliver Anderson there in that car. He was kind enough to come in for a few minutes to give the comms a bit of a perch up, letting me rest my voice for a few minutes longer. I know you probably didn't hear me at the time when I thought the audio was included there, but I was watching the Le Mans for a few minutes, and there was 3 yellow flag sectors, one on the Molzon straight there. There was a big impact for an LMP2, so it was like great racing over there, and it's great to see a NASCAR with JB in at the wheel, and it was great to see all the different things to try and. But this is if you want the real action, stay with ourselves all the way to the end. Because there's going to be loads more action, and don't forget to smash that like button also. But yeah, it's been absolutely epic stuff so far from all the drivers. No. So I just got a message, someone looking for a livery to be done. Excellent. So I have to say Anderson is going to be on an absolute roarer of a stint now, because obviously with the disconnector down from massively from where they were running about P9, P10. I think slightly higher at one stage. As Van Druenen's going to get the job done, it looks like, on Hayes. Although Hayes is the inside line, Van Druenen can swing it around. No, he's not. I thought Van Druenen was going to try and swing it around and grab that curb. But look, he has the power coming down to the next straight. He just needs to make this corner up here absolutely spot on. Although he's going, don't know what he's trying to do there. So he's after getting a lovely line, and now it's all about the drag race. Sit behind him right up until they come onto the straight through Eau Rouge, and then he can just open up that V8. It's one thing, that mark is quick in a straight line. It's one of the biggest Achilles heels. Oh my god, two of the biggest Achilles heels of Porsche there. You see them going very loose on the rear on the exit, and unfortunately in a straight line the Porsche just doesn't have the legs top end wise. But as a demon through this next sector. But Van Druenen there, a lovely job up into P10. Fair play to him, fair play to him. And the battle with Tubby and Torrey is over, as Tubby has got by Torrey. I don't know if we can go back to that overtake. I don't even know the lap, to be honest. We're focused so much on this one here, but unfortunately Torrey has dropped down to P5. Junior will catch Veinhoven in about 10 minutes, you reckon, was it? 15 minutes. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Absolutely. He's about 3.5 seconds off at present. But anything can happen and will happen in racing. Isn't that what they say? So we have then Stijan in the pits. Stijan, something like that. I'll ruin the name, as I always do. That's part of what I do. Let me have a look here now. Excellent. I'm just looking at all the few bits here, guys. So he's done a great job on his stint. Will he stay out now? Good news is for Torrey, he's now back within half a second or so of Tubby. So that battle is back on, just reverse rolls. And there's a back marker in the way that there, and just a slower exit, unfortunately for Torrey. That's going to hurt him the whole way down this straight. Although he can try and take Eau Rouge slightly better and pull back in, but he's now at about a second. This Aston, though, is a demon in a straight line. Let's see, can he pull any time back in? No, unfortunately not from. So unfortunately the back marker and the line he took through that turn one, or sorry, the last turn should I say, wasn't ideal. That's turn one if you're racing Formula 1 straightaway. But great stuff. We're on now with Oliver, who is on a little bit of a roll, 0.2 of a second off Tyler here now. And you think it's only a matter of time. He's going to go for it. I wouldn't have went for it there. But he's causing Tyler to be nice and give room, which is definitely going to help him. He's going to have a much better drive, although Tyler still has the better line for this corner. And if Anderson can stick it around, he does. Anderson is being very brave. And I think that's more down to Tyler as well, being a good driver and not causing a collision. So Anderson could kind of thank Tyler a little bit there as well for that move. Anderson is clearly the faster driver, but that could have been severely wrong But well done to both drivers. Well done. As Zydek is in the pits as well in P18, just so you are aware, guys. And that's Bjorn Renard, actually, should I say, leaving the pits now after swapping the car with Zydek. It's a beautiful looking Lambo. And you read my mind, we're back on with Torrey here. I was just looking at that half a second in it. So he's after pulling back in what was just over a second. Maybe Farby just kind of was going through that phase of the race where the tyres died for a bit. We were talking about it earlier and come back a bit. Because he is about, what, 56 minutes or so on those tyres. Tubby's 46 minutes. So, maybe the tyres was coming back a little bit to him near the end, and now he's starting to use up the fuel and starting to push and give a bit of everything. It's beautiful camera work there as well, isn't it? Nice and smooth through there. Yeah, it's kind of, he gains a bit of time and loses a bit of time. It's just one of these things with the different cars. Car 74 versus car 16, please. Right, so let's jump on to the battle there for car 74, which is Junior and Verhoeven. They're just gone to just under a second now. Let's see what happens. Ooh, fair bit of damage on the front of that car as well, so Junior's driving the stones out of that car. Fair play to the guys. Welcome along to everyone who's staying in and watching or joining in and watching. Don't be afraid to give the like button a smash. When we get to 40 likes or 3 more likes, we'll do an onboard lap with whoever you want to see, guys. So if you haven't liked the video, please do. We'll get to 40 likes and then we will absolutely do an onboard whatever car you decide in the chat. And smash that subscribe button also, and the bell icon for notifications of when we're going live. Oh, Dan Lenson is after going for a massive smash. That steering damage and everything. Can we please get a replay of that? That looked like a destination effed if I've ever seen it. And rain now coming in 30 minutes. It's going to definitely switch things up as well. Up to 38. 2 more likes and we will get ourselves another onboard. You decide who it's with. So do we get that replay when we can, my man? That'll be amazing to see what happened there, because that was a massive smash. That's where I'm with Junior. Here we go, guys. Here we go. So is a Honda doing Honda things? Yes, it is. Oh, wow. There was just no stopping that. That was a massive impact. And jeepers is all I'll say there. It's a Matty Gamble term. Wow, wow, wow. That was huge. Aussie Man fan course. How can you not like Aussie man? As Aaron van Drunen is coming out of the pits. Or into the pits still. I keep forgetting about the longer pits here. Right, so that's a long old one for him. At the minute, there's actually nobody close to each other now. Farnhoven is dropping away from Junior. Torrey's dropped quite a bit off Tubby now. I think Torrey's tyres must be near the end of their life with Patrick Prince. Now coming into the pits. Interesting. And looking at positions gained, it's joint between Connor and Milani, 12 positions each. Biggest loser is Lenson, down 8 positions in the pits now in the Honda. Down 6 positions is Junior as well. So car 74, that's due to the race start, had to pit because they had the wrong tyres, I think it was at the time. Her P1 and P2, sure, they're grand, not a bother. P1 Hackle is 7.2 seconds clear of P2 Senator, and they are a minute ahead of P3. So they're in a different league at present. So guys, I reckon for a bit of this stream, there's probably going to be an hour or two with no comms, because I will be taking a break in a little bit, but obviously I will come back in to bring in the end of this race, because obviously we want to see all the action unfold coming near the end. But yeah, it's unfortunately, I suppose the days that I lined up with people probably watching Le Mans as well, that we didn't get as many comms in as normal. But Narcock's not even close. Look, it was yeah, you're a bit off. There's no point saying it any other way. But still, with 6 hours and 57 minutes, anything can happen. That is the main thing. And guys, don't forget our next race then is September the 9th in the Endurance Series in Silverstone. It's a 10-hour race. Then we have the Monza in October the 14th, and that is an 8-hour race. Then the big juicy one of the year, which is Kyalami 24-hour, which is the charity event. I don't think they've named the charity yet. We can discuss that one hopefully come Silverstone. We'll know and start prepping for that. Then Watkins Glen 6-hour race on December 9th, closing out the season. Now it could be a download content track either, so they haven't decided yet. So the last race either Watkins Glen or DLC. And don't forget guys as well, if you're watching here, you can also open up the live timing app. It's in the description of this stream, the pit wall timing. It's always very handy to have it there to give you that bit more of an immersive insight into the race. Tom, how are you holding up? Okay, so I think then with that we'll take our break for a few hours. Tom, I'll give you a shout on Discord when I can come back in and join. But you go and have a dinner and relax. Poor old Tom needs his belly filled, you know. And yeah, guys, we'll speak to you in a bit, so there won't be any comms for a little bit, but enjoy the racing all the same. How are you doing, man? guys, nice little break there for myself and Tom. We are back. Don't want to take it off to unfortunate commentary unless I am invisible. There we go, grand job. Right, so guys, let's have a quick recap before we go any further. We are on lap 233 now. Jay Mead is in the lead and things have changed dramatically. I'm just going to check one thing. Can I see the stints? No, I can't. In second position, see Bianchi. So car 94 is in second. Car 74 now in third place with K Video in it. Jay Vermin in car 16 is in fourth. Philippi in car number 7 is now fifth. E. Jejong in car 34 is 6th. Levels in car 11 is 27th. Chris, the big man Vickers in car 333 is in 8th position. L. Burfoot in 990 is in 9th. F. Soares in the 269 is in 10th. A. Van Joren in car 69 is in 11th. Van der Karn in the car number 33 is in 12th. Tillander in car number 415 in the Lexus is in 13th. Go on. That's what we like to see. In 14th position we have Renard in car number 52. In 15th position we have Horvath in car number 2. In 16th position is Prince in car 991. In 17th position we have Mihaly in car 56. 18th position is Novak in car number 934. In 19th position we've got Van der Water in car 36. In 20th position we've got Petrovic in car number 720. Then we have Van Rossen in 21st position in car number 6. We've got Roos in 22nd position in car 911. We've got Gies in 23rd position in car 221. Bellotti in 24th position in car number 18. Adam Locke is in 25th position in car 63, and then in last place, we must have lost a car in the last few hours. We've got Lekins in car number 901, and looking like it's spread out a little bit. We've got Levels about 2 seconds off De Jong. Looking elsewhere, yeah, look, that's the closest battle at the minute. We're on here with Tillander. I'm delighted for these guys in the Lexus, absolutely well deserved. They've been slugging it out, and it's not a car that really gets bopped or updated now, so absolutely loving seeing that there is drivers more than happy to give the car a go. And that's we still have, I think, one of nearly every car in the game. Obviously we may not have one or two of the new ones, like the older Ferrari for instance. Probably you won't be seeing that again, unfortunately. But on here now with this lovely clock visual on this Macca Simsport racing on the back wing like you should, and a thing of beauty, let's be honest. It's absolutely gorgeous. And flying along now, as it is starting to get a bit darker now in Spa. And I tell you one thing, the track temperature and air temperatures changed dramatically. The last time I was looking, the air temperature was 23 degrees, so it's gone down 6 degrees. Track temperature has gone down nearly 11 degrees, because it was, oh no, it's nearly 12 degrees down since I last looked. So dramatic change there. So that's very, very interesting. I hope everyone who's watching is having a great time, and I'm delighted to see the likes are up over 42 now. That's what we like to see. Keep those likes coming in. Anyone who hasn't, smash the likes out of it, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button and that bell icon to support SSRI and all the streams that they do. Absolutely phenomenal content. And obviously with having Mr. Tom Vandermeer in the broadcasting side of things, you can't go wrong. Between him and Chris Hill, they have the job sorted. And then all the comms guys that come in and work in. Want to give a shout out to the stewards as well, who've been working very hard throughout this 12-hour endurance race, and we're down now into the last 2.5 hours, which is absolutely amazing to see. And I think these guys can all nearly pat themselves on the back now, because it's no mean feat to run a 12-hour race. It's no mean feat to run 24-hour races. I took part in my first 24-hour race there a few weeks ago. Mixed bag for the race, but it was a great experience. I absolutely loved it, and that's what I love about the endurance racing. It's about teamwork. It's about having fun. If you can't have fun, don't do it as well. Obviously, if you're at the higher echelon of things and you're looking to win, you still need to have fun, otherwise you're not going to enjoy doing it. You want to have those good hard races. But yeah, this is absolutely brilliant stuff now. On here with Kieran Vendigo still, and he is tipping around quite nicely. Can we jump on with the race leader as well? But as second place, Baranki's in the pits now, so we'll start to get a feel of who is where in the pit order. But doing a grand job. We are on there. Actually, now with Baranki going into the pits in that Ferrari. And that is grand. Into the old pit lane as well, guys. So anyone who's only joining in later on with the GTs, they run through the Formula 1 pits all the way around to the old pit lane. So it's a super long pit, taking about probably 1 minute and 50 seconds, 1 minute 50 seconds on average. So yeah, it's going to be absolutely crazy here. You can lose an awful lot of time. Seeing Amanda saying hi, I'm back. Hopefully you're still there, Amanda. And I hope you had a great time at the party and had loads of cake. She was at her nephew's party there, and it's great to see her in supporting her brother, who's actually out in the car. So Mike has took over for Chris Vickers and has jumped back in, and let's see what Mike can do now. I'm wondering if anyone's listening from 333, is going to be Mike bringing it home, or is Matty Gamble going to make another appearance, or what's going to happen? Be interesting to see who's going to take that one home for them. So yeah, coming back out there, we've got Vienzo Senator in the car now, so quite an interesting one there. So that is a change of a driver as well, with 2.5 hours to go. What can they do? Jay Mead can nearly reverse down the pit lane and get a nice long pit stop in and take it easy. So let's see now what Senator can do. What pace can he have? Is this going to be a little chink in everyone else's armour? Because that car was flying. They are a lap down though on Jay Mead, so there's a lot of time to catch up on. So if anyone can tell me if did that happen, car 94, because they were close enough, or is it just that, as that is Bjorn Reynard having a bit of an awkward moment, but rejoins the right way, doesn't just cut across, done the right thing. Fair play to you, pat on the back, get on your way. Bob's your uncle. On with Daniel Higgins here, who's in a bit of a train at the minute. Unfortunately, this one here is going to be hard fought because it's a Mercedes, but he's going side by side, and this is 4th position, guys. This is 19th and 20th, hard at it. And Daniel is doing everything in their power to try and get by Petrovic's in that Mercedes, but Petrovic's keeping the right line. Oh, is he going to swing it around? Is he going to carry it around the outside? Is Petrovic's going to leave the door open? He is! Oh, if this gets landed, that's an absolutely brilliant move by Higgins, and it has. Well done, Higgins. That was a brilliant, brilliant move. Great IQ there, as well as Oliver Anderson is joining us in the comms booth. How are you doing? Are you there? He's not there, but I'm going to say hello there to Amanda. I see Amanda, you've wrote back. So we're back. He's 5 today, so happy birthday to your nephew. With lots of cake, brilliant day. Glad to be back supporting 333. Will you be glad to know your brother's back in the car? Now, they aren't in P9, you wouldn't be glad of that, but, you know, there's still 2.5 hours to go, and in this endurance race, and anything can happen. Are you there, Oliver?
I'm doing fine. I'm actually with Stefan right now.
Hello.
How are you doing?
We are terrible.
Yes.
Where are you?
Home.
No, in terms of the race.
Not home. Far from home.
Actually home.
Oh my god, he's drunk.
No. No, Stefan doesn't drink, so.
Oh, I'm just stupid.
Ah, nice. Well,
You have been gone. You have been gone a long time, so you probably don't know half of what's happened to us.
No, that's what I'm asking. What happened and where are you? What's going on?
Well, how much do you know of what's happened? You know we had the disconnect, right?
I know you had the disconnect, and then you took over, Oliver. I jumped in back in comms after you left for about half an hour, 40 minutes.
Yes, and then Stefan had the car and binned it.
Oh no!
The mandatory route spin.
You have to. It's tradition.
Yes. For good measure.
So now we are hopelessly screwed.
And where are you sitting at the minute then?
23rd, I think.
Far down.
Yeah, but you can still fight back. It's still 2.5 hours to go. It's never over till it's over.
No, but I think top 10 are long gone now. I would imagine there are quite a few laps up there at this point, but
5.
But if we can just somehow get in the top 20, I think it's a success result at this point.
A recovery drive is more rewarding sometimes than getting in the top 10. Sometimes the recovery and getting into top 20 is actually that bit more rewarding, especially when you've had big damage, as you say. So I think P20 should be on for you. Just looking at the laps, I think you should be okay to try and fight. You're only about a lap behind P21 and P20, so I reckon it is doable depending on your pace.
Yeah, and Dominic is a fast driver, so yeah. And speaking of what you said before about the recovery drive is more satisfying, after the disconnect when I took over, it was a special kind of mindset, when you can just park your brain in the glove box and then just go full throttle throughout the track and just send it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's all about just going as hard as you can go to get home.
Into a rouge and those. But yeah.
Yeah, when I did that, the time was just flying by. All of a sudden I looked on the stint timer when it started raining. Oh shit, I've been driving for 40 minutes. I just got in the car.
Yeah, I love that about endurance racing. When you do get in that zone, literally a blink of an eye is what it feels like, and about 40-50 minutes have passed. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, I felt like the 2.5 stints that in the start of the race took like forever to drive, and the clock just didn't tick down. At all that point, besides, there was quite a bit of action and wet weather driving and stuff like that. We were top 10 at that point. But getting the car knowing that there's no risk of just full sending it every time, every corner, that's a feeling that we all want to have.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But I have to say one thing though as well, being absolutely honest, that car 169 seems to be in a different league, although Senator's only 12 seconds off it now with the pit stops done, but the 169 and 94, they're on phenomenal pace, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. In this race, there's no one who can match those Ferraris. It seems like the new Ferrari are the cars to have at Spa, at least this time around. But we have to remember that there are some of the big teams who are not racing today, like the American Merc that we are normally battling for second best Merc, although they're winning the best Merc category, of course, but leaving the rest of us behind.
I have sad news about that. That team is no longer going to be racing in. I know Nicholas is signing up with a different team for the next race. Unfortunately, two of the drivers aren't really racing in ACC as much anymore. I think they've gone to iRacing. We could have snapped the Di Finucci there, or whatever he's called. He would be a great addition to our team. So if you're listening out there, we want to have you. Come to us instead. We are much nicer and gentler folk. We'll even take you, Mooney, as well.
I'll do your drive-throughs.
Yeah, so Nicholas DeSantis, but I think he has chosen the car. I'm not going to say who he's driving for. I'll let them announce it when they do announce it.
If it's mode 11, then I'm going to quit racing.
What number is mode 11?
11.
11, no.
Okay, fair enough.
He told me the car number and all, so I know exactly what car I'm looking at as well. Oh, there's a drive-through there, guys, for car number 34, De Jong, and that's going to be zero crack. So Mead as well is just going through the pits. But yeah, for De Jong, lads, this is a track you do not want to drive through on. It's such a long pit lane.
I know.
Yeah, it's you lose about 1 minute 20 or 1 minute 30 during a drive-through. I can't remember the exact time, but it's much more punishing here than any other track we race at.
Yeah. If you get a drive-through here, it really does affect it. Like in an endurance, one drive-through you can kind of stomach here. Any more than that, you're really putting yourself in the back foot.
Yeah, exactly. But Mooney, you have to join our team. We have a special gift for everyone who joins the team. You get dealt in on. Yeah, you get dealt in on a pizza Chris owes us, so you can keep him up till he owes you a pizza forever.
Exactly.
Nice.
You can spend 6 hours in the stream on that.
Yes.
Chris, if I ever go to the UK and Chris Hill is in the track, I'll just hunt him down to buy his pizza.
Yeah, we'll pick you up.
Yes, we will personally come from Denmark, drive over there and pick you up. We'll sail in our Viking boats.
Yes.
And then we'll do some good old pillaging together.
I will be going back over I drove to France the last day. I got my car and we both there a few weeks ago, and I drove from Cherbourg all the way over just to near the Belgian border, a place called Lille. So trust me, driving across Europe, I'd much prefer. If there's going to be any meats for pizza, I'll be driving over.
Yep. That's a deal.
That's a deal. Just come anytime.
Absolutely.
Yep. We'll go on a crazy road trip range. Anyways, we'll head inside again and join the Le Mans party that's going on.
Oh yeah. Have you been keeping an eye on Le Mans? I haven't got to watch it in the last few hours, but the last time I was watching it, there was 3 yellow cautions out. There was 1 heavy crash and 1 in the LMP2s.
Oh, there have been much more crashes. It's crazy this year.
That's crazy. How's the NASCAR doing?
The what car have done?
The NASCAR with Jensen Button, and how are they getting on?
It's doing surprisingly well. I can't tell you what position they're at. I can't remember that exactly, but they haven't been crashing, so that's good news, I guess.
Brilliant.
But again, they haven't had Jimmy Johnson in the rain, of course.
That's quite true as well. Boys, am I looking right? Is your teammate now in 22nd position?
Yes, you are. That's Dominic Giese doing a stunning job as always.
And he's only 43 seconds off Ruse, by the way. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he had his graduation party today from high school or gymnasium or whatever it's called in Germany. And he literally told his family to go home because he had to do sim racing. So we are very proud of him. He knows priorities in life.
Oh, I love it. That is proper priorities. Absolutely brilliant.
He's a true sim racer of heart.
Well, that's it. Well, he obviously has pace. He's after making up an awful lot of time in such a short space of time. And ever since I said it, which is only about 30 seconds ago, he's pulled in another 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's on fire. Dominic's on fire.
Man on a mission, if I ever seen it.
Oh yes, that's how we drive. The only way that Dominic and I drive are like there's no tomorrow.
Flat out, and that's it. Look, it's probably the right way to be.
Exactly. We love it.
It has to be done. And is there going to be any like special pizzas or anything crazy this time round?
No, we are too far off that. Dominic and I, we have an agreement that at top 5, then I'll go down to him and we'll have pizza and drive the Wuppertal Swimmerbahn, of course.
Nice.
Have a go at that. He also doesn't live too far from the Nordschleife, so we might head there as well if we end up at those areas.
That would be very good fun.
Oh yes. Anyways, I'll go back entertain my guests, I think, or sit down and quiet and watch a motor race.
No problem. Well, lads, I really appreciate you coming in. It's great to get at least a bit of a story of what's been going on in the last few hours. It's been unlucky for you, but your team's coming back into it, and I'll be rooting you on, guys, to get up at least to the top 20.
Oh, I know you're our biggest fan. You probably also have all the merch. If not, we'll get you sent some.
I've actually subbed to your OnlyFans as well.
Oh yes, it's the best. You can see pictures of both Dave and I and the rest of the crew.
All standing around the car.
If you've ever seen a moist pizza, then that's the place to see it.
Lads, you're brilliant. Thanks very much for popping in.
No problem. I might check in later again. Have a good one.
Oh, you're always welcome, mate. Thanks very much.
No problem. Bye.
Bye. That's great to hear from the guys there. Now, that's been a hard luck story for them, but you know what? They've the right attitude. They're going to try to get back into it. And they're hoping now for a top 20 finish. And look, genuinely, it wasn't just saying that to comfort them, but like to get that recovery drive and to aim for something like a top 20 after disconnects and after a huge crash and stuff like that. Yeah, by all means, doing a great job. We're on here now with Thomas Van Schaik at the minute in P6 in that 992. What a beautiful looking car. It's getting nice and dark now, so we're going to be seeing some of the colourful lights come on with some of the liveries as well. I'm sure there's a few mad colours, but so Van Schaik is about 27.5 seconds off 5th position, but it's 30 seconds clear now of De Jong in 7th position. Micah Ambrinoza unfortunately is about 44 seconds off Burfoot in 8th position. Is only 4.5 seconds off Zhang. So Zhang's going to be feeling that as well with Novak coming into the pits now. And just to give you a heads up, the best lap still seems to be the 217.992 or 922 should I say, from car number 169. So yeah, there's a lot going on. We have 2 hours and 16 minutes left in this one here, and literally it can go anyway, and it will go some way anyway. But Let's have a look here. That's phenomenal. So Van Jordan here in the CBS or Mercedes there. Have to say that's honestly one of my top 3 liveries of the night. It's just absolutely beautiful. It's so eye-catching, and then with those night lights on it as well, yeah, it looks really, really well. The GT cars just look absolutely amazing. The exhaust glowing, you know they're right on the limit. It's what we love to see. We're looking for gaps, guys, as we speak. Novak's still in the pits, coming out now. Yeah, so I think Burfoot is the closest racing track, but it's still a little bit away as we go on board now with Mike. And now back on board with Burfoot there in that beautiful looking Lambo. And I remember that Lambo from earlier on because I seen Lulu pulling off top class defending for quite a long time as well. That Lambo is so aggressive, and I love the new version of the Evo with that Ram air feed just on the top of the roof there. It's absolutely brilliant. It reminds me back of the Countach as well, when I went a bit crazy with the scoops, but it wouldn't be a Lambo without some mad looking scoops. That's why we love Lamborghini. That's a thing of beauty. Exhaust glowing and that as well. So guys, in the stream we're on 43 likes. We get 2 more likes, we do an onboard of whoever you want, guys. So if anyone hasn't liked that is watching, 2 likes is all we need, and we'll do a full onboard. You tell us what car you want to see and we'll jump on with it as we're on at the minute now, actually with Lulu, who's back in the car now. So good to see Lulu out there doing it for the gals. So guys, 2 more likes and we'll do a full onboard. I think Thomas was teasing you how good the onboard sounds in that Lamborghini as well. So what we're going to do, guys, on the hour, so in 6 minutes we're going to be switching over to the second stream. As with YouTube, you know yourself, it just doesn't let us do the full 12 hours. So we are going to be switching to a different stream in the next 6 minutes. So just be aware of that when we are changing over. So with this one here, guys, can we smash the button? Can we get this stream here up to 43 likes and then, or 45 likes before we have to end it here on YouTube and move to the second part of that stream? Lulu doing a phenomenal job out there. So guys, if we get to 45 when we start a new stream, you can decide exactly who we go on board with. And for anyone new to watching here with SSRI, you're very welcome along. If you want to know how to join the community, it's very, very simple. If you go to the Simsport Racing International website, there's links to the Discord and every other, the likes of the YouTube and every other kind of social media platform that they use. There's also an awful lot of great content on that as well. Also, if you're looking to either not just race, if you're looking to do commentary, broadcast and stewarding, whatever kind of a role, the guys are always happy to take on helping hands. And you get a free premium membership when you actually are a staff member and contribute to the league as well, which is brilliant. And that premium membership gets you access to an awful lot of things. One of them is to getting their livery on the stream, having them loaded up into the stream. So definitely worth it. So to help out the community and get that perk, sure, why not? You're doing a good thing by helping a community like work out and work efficiently, and you get rewarded for it. So why not, guys? So still on with Lulu here at the minute. I think we should jump on with the last place. What do you reckon? Go on with 901 S Lenkins. Give them a little shout out there in the Aston Martin. Fair play. So we're going to go to part 2 now, guys, in the next few minutes. Just be very, very aware of that. It is going to be happening in the next few minutes. It's up on the stream there as well. which is brilliant. You know, something what I like about these Team 901, they're persevering throughout it. No matter what's going on, they're going to bring that car home, and that is what I mean. It's about having fun. It's about that teamwork, and it's absolutely, I absolutely love the fact that they are really pushing on as they are doing. So yeah, guys, we're just about to get going. 3 minutes, and we will be changing over. So please jump over to stream 2 in the next 3 minutes, guys. Otherwise, you're just going to think something random happened. So Stephen Lankin's doing an absolutely great job there. Is there any gaps? There's nothing on the grid at the minute. I wouldn't mind jumping on with Adam Locke then, and we'll run out this stream with Adam Locke and then move into the next stream then. As my boy Adam is there, so we're ready to switch over, guys. So any minute, so please move over to part 2. It is on the SSRI YouTube. Jump on with part 2 there, guys, as this stream will be ending. So Adam's last lap is a 2 minute 21.1. Best lap a 2:19.590 for Quartermass Motorsport. That's what we like to see. True, is beautifully done. So we are going across the part 2, and the link in the chat is there as well, guys. Jump into it there, and we will get you sorted. Keep your fix going as we're coming down into the last 2 hours of a phenomenal 12-hour endurance.